Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah. Yes, Reb Tov, Lala Tov, Boker Tov, yeah, brothers and sisters. Apologies on the lateness right here. Just trying to bring forward a better service right here. Just trying out some kind of new ways of bringing forward the teaching right here. But here, evening service here. We're already at, what day was it? It was the Wednesday. It was the fourth day of the Shabua, fourth day, the middle of the week, as they call it. And here, even looking forward. Of course, the evening psalm was, Psalm 94, and actually the evening psalm is right for the day coming forward. Looking forward to the fifth day is Psalm 81. So here we go a little bit from here to there. Yes. Give thanks, Yosef, Shalom, Yeshua, Shalom, Yosef. Aye. Rastafari. Give thanks. Yes. John Diaz. Yes, I, brother. Yes, I. All right, pause. Yes, John Diaz. Yeah, if you can, hit me up at the Rastafari Jews. Sometimes I'm on the board. I'm not really in the chat, but when I get a break, maybe play a little bit of music, a kind of a Selah interlude, can kind of check the chat. So sometime in the chats, some things are brought to my attention as, we're on the air working. We might not be able to, focus on this and that, but link I forward, prayers and blessings and, overcoming, in the situation going through, what I mean? Be of good courage, brother, for real, in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari. I just want to say that right there. Like the word said to Yehoshua, to Joshua, for I and I, we're going to say chazak, be strong, and to be of a good courage. So right here, let's pick up right here. So the evening psalm of the day that was, and also looking at now it makes sense when the scripture, when talk about the evening, it's about between the two evenings. Heal up, Zion's upper room. Yes, Yeshua Shalom right there. Now it makes sense when the scripture speaks about like at even. There's a place in the scripture, a couple of places in the scripture, which says that even that yes, I. That at even well receive. Yes, I, John Diaz. At evening is actually pointing to the two evenings. It says like two evenings. We'll bring that out and share that. Now it really makes more sense scripturally, with the evidence. Sometimes when we see something, we say, okay, that's what it says. That's what it reads. That's what's there, right? Right there, over there. That's what's there. You know what I'm saying? That's what's there. However, it's like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Based on, like, when we talk about the evening and morning and the evening, like this evening really is the evening of the day to come, not of the day that has passed, because according to the way, evening and morning is one day, right? So if the evening and then the morning. So notice which morning or dawning is coming forward. It's the fifth day of the Shavuot that they call, what they call it, Thursday or Thursday, fire bun, but still the fifth day of the Shavuot right there. So this is what it means by the two evenings. Chant. In spite of looking in other studies, Judaic, Hebraic, others, biblical scholar, even some Christian scholars that have studied the Hebrew, they point to it, but they don't really bring it out and say, okay, that's what this means right there, right? But here, between the evenings. This is the time between the evenings. Yeah. More on the between the. What does between the evenings really mean, Chabarim? Well, right here, the between the evenings for the evening that was, the evening psalm for the for the evening, right, to the day that was, Psalm 94, and then for the evening psalm, you know what I mean, for the day to come here in the Shabua, right, that'll be Psalm 81. But first, here, today's daily psalm, I'm gonna bring that forward. So some slides right there. But here, 94, 94, 94. Oh,
Psalm 94.
vengeance.
מזמור צד.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show.
אל נקמות הופיע, 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 הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים, על גאים, על גאים, על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the...
עד מתי רשעים אדוני, 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 אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph, triumph, triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, 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 יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק, 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 עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי אבן, 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 אבן.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth men knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Erev Tov, good evening. Erev Tov, here, the evenings. Finally, when there's something in scripts or something in the word that you kind of understand some things about it, but there's still something that that kind of will bring together what you do understand, the part that you don't really understand, overstand, and the whole thing about the evenings, right? So here, and this is all about the time. We've been on this for a couple of Shabu. Been on this from the beginning, We're seeing the prophecy, the word of prophecy. They shall seek to change times and laws. So seeking to understand what is true time and all the principles of telling and being able to tell true time. We see it in Bereshith, in Genesis, in Moshe's first book, right there. where it speak about, it doesn't mention sun or moon, right? But mentions greater light, lesser light, and the stars there for signs and seasons, right? Signs and seasons, right? Signs and seasons, right? Days and years. So then recognizing, for example, Shabbat. When does Shabbat, right, begin, right? Usually on the day we call Friday, like Friday, the Friday evening, when the evening comes in. All right, we prepare for the shop. We're preparing from the eve for the day to come. Well, check that out. Well, the eve, right, Friday evening, actually in true time telling, right, in the true telling of this thing we call time, is actually the evening that belongs to the day to come. Again, the evening. So, like we're here in the evening. This evening, according to Yahweh's Ha Elohim, the Creator's telling of time, it belongs to the day to come. Like, why? How do we know that? Because what's the phrase? Evening and morning was what? The first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, Shabbat day. See how that works right there? But it's like we only really kind of get it, but kind of a little bit like unconscious. We're not conscious about it. So, okay, Shabbat time, Shabbat Shalom. Oh, the Friday evening coming. Oh, I got to prepare for the Shabbat, right? Why? Because the evening. Why? See, the why is not really answered fully. So we're doing something correct, right? But if we study what it is that we do, we'll recognize how it re-emphasizes the principles from the beginning. Right? And from the beginning, of course, we're pointing to Genesis, right? Genesis chapter 1, right there. So with the evening. So it's tonight that we really have kind of uncovered. I say we, right? Because those who are tuning in and will tune in, you're part of the discovery. Because we never came forward to do this tonight, we probably maybe we would have got to understand it somewhere else, down the line. When you get to know something that was already in front of you, and you think like, man, I now know this, but it was already in front of me. How come I didn't know it from before? But you can't really go into that mind too deeply, right? It can lead to kind of forms of psychosis. No, for real, truly, truly. Like, well, how come I didn't know this before? Where are you gonna get the answer for that? The real answer, the true answer. But the point is, now that you know, so that now that we found love, now that you found the knowledge, what are you gonna do with it? All right. Now, if anybody come off a song, they hit us up with consideration if that song becomes something right there. But now that we found knowledge, now that we found the truth, what are we gonna do, right, with it? So here, right, as and most of one-to-ones who tune in regularly, give thanks, brothers and sisters, and those who might not tune in when we're live podcasting, but tune into the replay of the live at another time. Give thanks, because y'all know that we've been speaking about this whole evening and the morning and time thing. Because the first way, when we look at the evening psalms, right, from first day that they call Sunday, right? It's Psalm 24, right? For Sunday, what they call Sunday, the first day, right? Evening psalm. Then we have Psalm, how's it go? 48 for the second day they call Monday, 82 for the third day they call Tuesday, for the Wednesday, that they call Wednesday, the fourth day of the Shabbat, 94 for the Thursday, that they call Thursday, we call the fifth day of the Shabbat, right? Psalm 81. And then the Friday evening psalm is actually Psalm 93. And the Shabbat psalm, the psalm appointed for chanting on the Shabbat, is Psalm 92. All right, now we can go through it, and we find that this, based on our research and evidence, though it is still observed by Torah observant and practicing, Yehudim, Jews, Judahites, according to that ancient tribe there, you know what I'm saying, according to the ancient precepts of the tribe. And also it's found, and we have found and recovered amongst the Israelites of Ethiopia, right? That's when we first kind of came across it, from the Orthodox Church, and hail up to Archbishop Yitzhak. Oh yes, Rastafari TV. Hail up Rastafari TV. Also to the Priest Isaac Institute. Just want to hail up some of the ones and ones co-laborers doing some works and like to bring forward some of the presentation yes. Some of the presentation of their works as well. There's the AU is having, I don't have the information directly in front of me, but there's a whole link between the AU, right, the African Union, and the CARICOM, the Caribbean Community, the CARICOM. You know what I'm saying? Because this region over here is like known as the sixth region. So there's some um, positive developments in that way, and there's ones amongst us, like Priest Isaac, the Institute, who are spearheading that and want to bring that forward. Hail up, light to the Empress Naya as well. Give thanks for keeping us informed, and hope to bring that forward on the platform. Have an opportunity to kind of show what other works are going on among some of the co-laboring, ones and communities out in Rastafari, just generally speaking, that in the similar or same banner, of His Majesty, our Godfather and King of Kings in Yeshua's name. Just wanted to point that out there. But here on the whole evening, so here between the evening, it just came to mind. I just want to share that, hail up also, as we mentioned, to Rastafari TV as well. But when we thought about Archbishop Yitzhak, there's a Rastafari TV. I don't know if you checked out on the gram. You'll check out on the gram, Rastafari TV on the gram. That's I and I sister. Co-labor, the matriarch, Fanai, Sunlight, right there. The barefoot, what's that barefoot? She's a barefoot empress. She has, her way of articulating who she be and, what she's doing for I and we in the way, truth, and life. You know what I mean? Of the King of Kings Christ. But she had a post recently, right, to tribute to whom tribute is due, the Archbishop, or we could say our first real bishop. Some would call him a priest. I think in one of the vids it said Kadamawi High Priest. We had a little word of reasoning about that. I understand in the sense of priest and bishop, but a bishop is a bishop, right? It may serve as a priest, but we are priests in the new covenant sense. But our, high priest is mine, Yeshua HaMoshiach. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what the word is. That's the gospel according to the good news of I and I, Godfather and King of Kings. Kedemah Hadassah. Now we know, right, that there's many others, who are also Rastafari. There's diverse doctrines, and this ministry was to address what's the true teaching of His Majesty, and also to address or dress down, right, these diverse doctrines, right? And some when you're in the vineyard, you have to kind of, rest, refresh, come again, so you have that energy. So we want to pick up on that as well, and also giving thanks to the Chaverim. I know I'm just kind of segueing right there, just to let you know why my thought went to, the Rastafari TV and Priest Isaac Institute, and also the trip to Addis Ababa and the summit, the AU summit coming up, and the connection with the, AU, CARICOM, and Rastafari going to be there in representation. If others are interested in that journey, coming up. I think it's coming up around September, New Year's time, but we'll get all the more accurate information. Definitely want to share that, on our platform, because other podcasters sometimes do that, right? And this here is a charity. Like I said, charity, what we are doing right here. Because even sometimes when you hear the tunes and sometimes you go check out the video might not be available, because we have to kind of reason, with the authorities, the powers and authorities that be, and usually they'll release the video because we don't claim, any rights on that, and hopefully some of the artists and others can get, their sound system production management, whoever, that is in charge of that can eat. You know what I mean? But what we like to do is to, like, when we get on these moments like right here, we're about to go into a kind of a special report, a special research, a discovery. This is like discovery here. You know what I mean? We can have these kind of edited out, you know what I mean? And then have them as their own, and even open that up to brothers and sisters. You might be listening to a part and say, yo, the brother really hit it on this right here. Maybe you disagree with me on everything else or some other thing. We say, on that point right there, that 5, 10, 15 minutes or what have you, edit that, put it up there, you know what I mean? Hit us up, to let us know, drop us an email, Rastafari Jews or LOJ Society One, we'll, and the links should be the contacts, just let us know, even if one's monetized it, so be it, you know what I mean? To give, you know what I mean? That's on one, we're doing our part to give, but that's what we call this. This is more charity. That's why it's not monetized. Really can't, well, not that it can't be monetized, that we choose not to, but there are other opportunities, right? Like other opportunities for us to go into this kind of like we're baking the whole bread here, right? Like a whole loaf of bread, and then we can chop it up. You know what I mean? Getting the whole thing and then chop it up, and seek to put it out on our platforms, but also opening up for others. You know what I mean? Even if they do a monetization and make money. Like, listen, we hope that you can monetize these things, and it's for good, you know what I'm saying? And others, you or others, make something for your work. The labor is worthy of his hire, right? That's what the word says, right? So you going into the podcast, chopping out something that's useful, making a clever but clickbaitable or something that people will want to check out and get a listen, to a short excerpt, why not? Right? We're not even forcing ones. Oh, you got to give. Listen, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? In fact, we would love for ones to take our work, right, and become rich off of it. Right? Not just in, let's qualify that. Not just in like monetary terms, but not in monetary terms. You know what I'm saying? Because as you study the Torah, we recognize, the fullness, the practicality, right, of the way, the truth, and life. That's why many ones know when we drop them a message, a word of encouragement, strength, and hopefully blessing, health and wealth, right? Health is the most vital wealth, but we do need wealth, other things to help maintain our health and the health of our beloved ones and loved ones. You know what I mean? See, that's the thing that separates, the when we say the Judeo-Christian, the Yehudi aspect, you know what I mean? That's why Moshe says that, to those opposite of I and I, that they worship that which they know not. You know what I mean? We know what we worship for salvation, right, is of the Yehudim, because we recognize the practical applications. Like if there's a pie in the sky, so be it, right? But here, the earth he's given to the children of man. Right? So here. I know we said a lot right there, but just had to say, just give ones and ones an update as we going through. You know what I mean? An update, right here. So on the two evenings. So here between the two evenings, so that was for the evening that has kind of already passed, right? But for the day that has already passed. So evening precedes, this is the point and principle. Evening, according to Yah's way, truth, and life. The evening, like the evening, like right now, would be called like Wednesday evening or the evening of the fourth day, right? That's what they would call it, Wednesday evening. But really, it's the evening of the day to come. So that gives us an opportunity, actually. I was saying, we've been playing the psalm in the way that we have been made to see time. But as we have gone forward, we recognize that's not the true telling of time. Even though we have done it, just to say, okay, the Tuesday evening psalm, okay, that means after Tuesday, the evening comes in. That's what we think, right? And Wednesday evening psalm, so after Wednesday, after the day, the evening comes. But actually, the evening that's coming in is the evening that belongs to the day to come. That's why it says evening and morning, right, was such and such a day. So then I recognized a little earlier, right, on this podcast right here, I said, wait, then it's like the Spirit spoke. I saw it in the minds. I said, wow, that's what it means by between the evenings, right? Between the evening. Okay, let me give you a little peek right here. A little peek of what we're talking about. Not peek, but yeah, it's a peek. A pre. They say a pre, Benjamin says a pre, right? A preview, right? Here. Here we have the H6153, right? You see the word Arab. Just say it unaccented Arab. You can roll the R, Arab, more enunciated according to like accent or dialect, Arab. So it's the Arab, like Arab Tov, just a plain speak without accentuation or accent or, you know, full vocalization, but basic English vocalization. Erev Tov, right? Modern Hebrew, they'll say Erev Tov, but the ancient pointing Erev Tov, right? So you see where it says evening, right? The evening is the Erev. Now, this is interesting because here in this Torah reading and feeding in Devarim, I don't know if you checked out the previous podcast, but in the early part, like around this part of the podcast there, because sometimes, okay, we get ready for the evening. We know we got this, psalm. We know the daily psalm. We know that also we got the Torah portion, and there's a lot of content, interesting, both historical, principle, and applicable, you know what I mean? In the Brit Hadasha sense. But even before we get there, sometimes there is like a download, a download that comes right then. It's like, uh-oh, let me touch on this. And that becomes kind of like a good content, for the evening service. And hopefully we can update our titles, after the fact so that ones can say, oh, when he talked about that was a major subject. We're going to make this one a little about the evening, about the evening, right? Some basic principles. So here we have Ereb, right? Ereb. What's the Ereb Tov, the dust, right? Now, 44th sabbatical study here that we're in Devarim, right? Now, Deuteronomy 1 and 1. This is just to connect with this point here. We're about to play the next psalm. I want you to understand what we have discovered, our discovery concerning what the scripture says concerning the between the evenings, right? Because it's there in the scripture, and there's many scholars and ones Judaically and the Christian or others that have studied this and talk. Yes, this word here, it means like evenings and dual, and they break down all the academic kind of linguistic things right there, but they don't really make a more practical application of it. You know what I mean? For example, let me show you this right here. Let me break this down here. Let me do this right here. Let me bring it out light. Right, here we go right here. You see 5 verses. At first, I looked up evening, and evening is mentioned a lot in the scriptures. Evening, morning, all of that, right? But then I recall the Spirit brought to mind evenings. Evenings, for S, not evening, but evenings, right? So here we have Exodus 12 and 6. And it says, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. Right? Anyone familiar with this? This is the Passover. You see what I'm saying? This is like observing the lamb, for those 4 days, right? Observing that lamb, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it or kill him, right, in the evening. I mean, this is definitely a foreshadowing of the Brit Chadasha. Regardless of whether Yehudi or non-Yehudi, you know what I mean? We understand that some Yehudi, right, nowadays don't accept this. You know what I'm saying? I get it, right? But you need to have your head examined. Anyway, here it says the assembly, right, shall keep it, right, in the evening. Now you see the note on the side, the note in the green hyperlink. Let's hit the green hyperlink. It says in, right, in the evening, in the evening, in the KJV. And then the translator's note says between the 2 evenings. Wait, hold on for a moment. Between the 2 evenings, all right? Now, notice that in the translation, they don't translate it as, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it between the 2 evenings. See, if they did, then people would be like, maybe somebody else would have got it before I got it. You know what I mean? Or we got it. You know what I'm saying? Right here. But what is meant by that? The 2 evenings. Now, the first thought was, okay, say this is the 14th, right? And the evening is coming in. And then yesterday was like the 13th. Well, that's the evening before. So sometime between that evening and this evening, right? But even more importantly for us with the evening psalms, right? And understanding the correct orientation. So here is like a kind of a reorientation, right? Kind of like in midstream, because we've often Wednesday evening psalm. If you look at the list, it says Wednesday, and underneath that, right, one would see. And one, I think we should still keep it that way, but maybe do one where it's like first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, and then we put Shabbat day, since the Shabbat is the only day that really has a more individualized, right, name, right? Be it as it may. But you see right here in the evenings, right? Let's go over here, right? Let's see this one right here. Is this evening? Is there anything? Okay, here you go again. Exodus 30. Now, Exodus 30 is interesting because the great worship chapter and the Ancients, incense and Ancients is connected with the great worship chapter as we have in Revelation, right? When it says like the incense, the Ancients, and then it links the symbolical significance that this is the prayers of the saints, right? The Kiddushim, the Hasidim, right? So it says here in Exodus 30 and 8, and when Aaron, Aharon, lighteth the lamps at even. You see, even is another way, right? Even. So in the old KJV, right? It's a classic. It is a classic, but it's always not right and accurate in every area. But if we can find those areas it's not right, or the translators, then of course we know more now, right? Hopefully, right? Growing in grace and knowledge. But here it says, at even he shall burn Ancients. You see, as a discipline for a lot of I and I, the burning the Ancients in the evening is think about the discipline right there. Rastafari. Rastafari. You hear? And when Aaron lighteth the lamps, when he lights the lights, when does he light the lights? At even, right? So like after the day, working in the day, right? Now comes the evening. Now it doesn't tell us what evening it is. You know what I'm saying? Why is that? Well, because no doubt in the practice of things, if you're living in a society, community, culture of people, and all of us do this. This is what we do. We're born doing this. You know, we might not, or we might write about it, but we don't go into all the detail because we're thinking that we're just talking to people like that, like ourselves. So we're not going to go into all of that. Like if they knew they was going to speak to us, some things is prophetic for our time. I'm not denying that. But a lot that we have here is just describing their world from their worldview, right? Right? They know how far we would rise or fall, right? Over time. You know what I'm saying? So in the hands of our Father. But here it says, when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even. Why would you light lamps at even? Because the day is done. Right? The day is done. Right? The day is done. So now these Psalms, the evening Psalms. So if you see our Davidic worship chart, it has the daily Psalms, and then the evening Psalms are like always the same. Right? Now that came, as we mentioned, from the Tawahedo, the Orthodox Church, right? That's how we came across it years ago. The church up in the Bronx that Haile Selassie bought for the faithful, and Archbishop Yitzhak, he was the one sent by His Majesty, and that's why we here at Rastafari TV, and the matriarch Fanai Sunlight, what I mean, for what she was doing, to just keep, to tribute to whom tribute is due, right? The bishop, that His Majesty sent, right, to I and I, right? And now we know that there's a PDF version of the Ethiopian Tawahedo Church. I want to heal up Haptatech, and I, Brother Ras Yeremiel, right? You call him Brother Yaakov, Brother Jacob, and Addis Ababa, that's his company. But he had shared, I think, they're doing scan work of different, different scans of different PDF old books. These books are hard to find. And the closest we have right now is some PDFs that we can share with the family, right? But that book, definitely check out the book, Ethiopian Tawahedo Church. This is how he titled it, Archbishop Yitzhak, the one whom His Majesty sent over here to the west, right? Archbishop Yitzhak's book, Ethiopian Tawahedo Church, and the subtitle is Integrally African Church. It's a very good book, right? And, we hear a lot of things about different ones, but it's good to see their own and read their own testimony. In a sense, the last part of it, where he's speaking to and for and of Rastafari, is very, very interesting, right? I have to point that out because I know there's some rumors or things, some hearsay that you may hear said here or there. But it's good to see what the man's, what his final, not final, but written testimony is. It's almost like this book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy is like Moshe's like kind of farewell address, right, to new generation. Remember, there was two generations of the Israelites. There's the ones who Yahweh brought out of Mitzrayim, so he brought them out of captivity, right, brought them out of the victimization they were in, right? That victim mentality, right? But it was very difficult. It seemed hard for them to have that victim mentality. But their children that would rise up, after the how many years was it? 40 years wandering. hmm That's who's being spoken to right here in this fifth book, right? So I'm likening Archbishop Yitzhak's book, right? Ethiopian Tewahedo Church to that. So hopefully we're gonna definitely see to get that up on our platforms as well. Share that around, and um, to read. Reading is fundamental. Education is the key. His Majesty had, in that fateful generations, they had a literacy campaign, right? So these are things that we highly, 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 right? Highly, highly, highly um, um, advocate. Yes. So here it says, just to get this verse right here through this verse, and when Aaron, right? Aaron, the high priest, the anointed high priest, right? The Moshiach, right? So Aaron actually in the Hebrew context, well, rather in the Israelite context, would be the first, right? High priest, but the first anointed high priest. But we know that is Melchizedek, right? Melchizedek. Remember Melchizedek before Aharon, right? But there it doesn't tell us whether he was anointed. We can, definitely be persuaded that he was anointed. But we know in the script that Aharon, that once Israel comes into this covenant at Sinai, he becomes, right, that first, you say, Messiah. See, this is very important because in Christian, among many ones in Christianity and Christendom, the dum, they never really told these things, and they get it kind of twisted. They'll say one thing, but then we can point to the Bible. Yes, he's Messiah, but it doesn't say Messiah as king. I want you to note what we're saying here. But according to what was fulfilled, Messiah as high priest. So before you can get any duly anointed king, right, you need to have the high priest. Right? That's why Israel had was a kingdom of the priesthood before later on they had kings. Right, so it's pattern recognition. So look at the pattern of the evening right here. And when Aaron lighted the lamps at when? At even, right? He shall burn incense, incense upon it. We got to look at this right here and reason on what do we think this meant, the context. When Aaron lighteth the lamps at even. Talk about the menorah, right? Not the candles. Well, today we use candles, but contextually, the lampstand, right? The menorah, right? At even, he shall burn incense, right? He shall burn incense up on it, upon it, right? A perpetual, right? A perpetual, right? A continual incense. Lifnei Yahweh, before Yahweh Jehovah, right? Because remember that Yahweh was in the camp, and the, I can say the proof of that, of course, is what we read here in the Torah. Was the cloud on the camp by day and the fire by night, but particularly the ark, right? Because of the ark, right? The ark of the covenant. So when it says before the Lord, if we were standing in the tabernacle, where in the tabernacle will be before the Lord? According to the context of what we have, the pattern recognition, that will be before the ark. So where was the lampstand? The lampstand was in the first room, right, of the tent, right? And then there was a veil. Then beyond the veil was the ark of the covenant. See these parts I want you to pay attention to, right? So that's what it meant, Lifnei Yahweh, before Yahweh. So he would be, right, in the first room, right, the holy place, right, the Kodesh, right, and the ark is in the Kodesh HaKodashim, in the holy of holy ones, right? So that's what it meant, because Yahweh said to Moshe and to Yisrael, of course, he says that there he would meet with the Bnei Yisrael above the mercy seat and between the cherubim, the kepraim, the cherubim, the cherubims, right? And note this also, that when the high priest, according to what is written in the Torah, when he went in there like once a year, you know what I mean, on the day, the Yom HaKippurim, the day of the atonement, not Yom Kippur, that's like a slang. That's like slang. That's like Jewish slang. Slang. Not even slang, I'm going to call it slang, right? This is slang, right? But really, in the scripts, it's actually, right, what's actually written is Yom HaKippurim. So, Kippur mean like a atonement. Ha Kippurim mean the atonements, or a covering versus the covering. So the day of the coverings. But it was on that day, right? I think Leviticus is Leviticus 16, roughly around Leviticus 16. Hopefully we're correct on that, where it speaks about the instructions there. That Aharon, the high priest, or the anointed high priest, the one that's either Aaron, firstly, or the one who's in Aaron's stead, right? Like his son Eliezer and so forth and so on, every high priest, right, would go in, right, to the Kodesh HaKodashim, to the Holy of Holies, right, once a year, right, as it says in the Epistle to the Hebrews, with the blood, for the blood of others, right, when it's comparing the superiority, right, of the Brit Chadash, right, of the, after the order of Melchizedek, right, that has there's certain pattern recognitions, right, but it's a higher way. You know what I'm saying? It's a higher way. So that Hebrews is so very vital. And this is where it stumbles a lot of ones. Both Christians and even a lot of so-called Israelites get stumbled by, you know, because they have some conceptions of how they think or believe or want things to be, right? But then when you study it, you see it be what it be. It is what it is, right? Because he be who he be. But here it says that Aaron, so now notice, if you can visualize this, Aaron is in the first room, right? The Kodesh, right, of the tent, right? And in that first room, is a couple of pieces of furniture, right? Namely is the menorah, the lampstand, right? Then is a table of shewbread, right? And then is the altar of Ancients. All of these, the altar of Ancients is right in front of the veil, right? It was positioned right in front of the veil, right? And then on the, if you're walking in the tabernacle straightway, like on the left side, right, to the south, right, on the left side to the south, while facing west, on the left side to the south would be where the menorah would be, and on the right side facing west, facing west. So when we worship, we actually face west. This is another interesting thing too. In the tabernacle, talking about tabernacle worship, that also became temple worship. And on the right hand side, the north side, is where the table of shewbread would be in the tent. So Aaron would go in, right, facing west, right, and on the left side, right, facing west, would be the menorah, the lampstand, right, and that's what it says here. And when Aharon lighteth the lamps at even. So when will he light the lamps? At even, right? What shall he do? He shall burn Ancients up on it. Now, it may give us the impression that, okay, he's going to burn Ancients upon the lamps. And people say, that's what it says. That's what you read. But when you recognize where he's at and this is why the scripture goes through such, repetition of details, and then he repeats these details, and a lot of times we don't get it, and we come up with these kind of ideas. No, there's the altar of Ancients right there, right? The altar of Ancients is in the same room. Check, right? And that's why it says Lifnei Yahuwah, before Yahuwah, right? So in his lighting the lamps, right, he burns Ancients. And the burning of the Ancients, right, was on the golden altar of Ancients that was right in front of the veil. Behind the veil was the ark, the Aron, right? Ha-edut, the ark of the testimony, the Aron, right? The Aron. So the ark is called Aron. The man is called Aharon. Aharon, right? Aharon, the man, and Aaron, like Aaron, and Aharon, right, is the man. So he will burn it, right, on the golden altar of Ancients that is right in front of the veil, and behind the veil is the ark, the Aaron, Ha-Aaron, right? And it's at the place of Ha-Aaron that Yahweh says there he would speak, right? With the B'nai, with Moshe, right, initially, right, and with the priests, of course, and the B'nai Yisrael through the appointed and anointed priesthood, right? So we can see, so just to give you like a visualization of what's going on here, right? And hopefully, as we go forward with these teachings, we can select what some of the better artistic representations are, because some of them are very accurate and some of them are very off, right? But we can tell what's on and what's off when we study to show ourselves approved, right? So before Yahweh throughout your generations. So this meant that it was to go, the principle of this was to go on and on and on and on, right? Basically, right? Throughout your generation. Now, let's look at a note. The first note is this: lighteth, right? Or setteth up. But the Hebrew is cause to ascend, cause to ascend, cause to Allah, 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 right? As we say in the Aliyah and the Shir Ha-Ma'alot, the songs of degrees, the songs of going up, the songs of ascents, the songs of leveling up. We say level up, right? So this is where the Israelites and the priests would level up, right? In our worship is how we level up. The day can beat us down. Going for everything in the day. You can have a full pack, of energy and be worn out. Bang. I'm talking about psychically in the soul, right? In our spirit, right? Much less, our body depends on what sort of activity, right? What sort of work, right? But here the Hebrew is caused to ascend. So when it says, and when Aaron, right, caused to ascend, this is bringing out now the Hebrew overstanding, right? The Hebrew roots and culture here, right? Caused to ascend, right? Caused to ascend the lamps, right? The menorah, the lamps, right? At even, right? Let's go to the next note right here, right? Next note is at even, more correctly, is between the two evenings. So here's the whole point: between the two evenings, right? What does the Hebrew between the two evenings mean, Chabarim? And then how does that inform us, right? How does that inform us about the evening psalms, right? Because we was going through this kind of, not a wrestling, but we're used to one way of doing it, but then we recognize, well, that is still thinking with the Gentile mind. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's still thinking with the Gentile mind. So we've been introducing like, okay, if the evening song for Monday, right, the second day of the Shavuot is 48, right? By the time we come together on the air, either in the evening time or the night time, like the podcast, right? By that time, we already are in the evening, you know what I mean? And moving towards the morning or the dawning, the boker, right? The break of day, the break of day of the new day. Right, so that means that the psalm for that evening is so for Monday, right, is 48, right? But that, when would that be chanted, right, properly? Like that properly be chanted after Sunday is over. You see what I'm saying? And the first day is over and the evening time comes in. Evening one, right? And then the next day, the second day they call Monday comes in. So we have the daily song, right? The appointed daily song. And then when the evening time comes in, right, it's really the Tuesday, what they will call the Tuesday or the next day, because what's the principle? The principle from the very beginning is evening and morning is the day, right? So here it says between the two evenings. So they say over here at even, right? But the Hebrew actually brings out between the two evenings. Now let's just go forward. There's only 5 verses here, right, on this particular subject, right? Numbers, right, 9 and 3, right? Numbers 9 and 3. In the 14th day of this month, at even, so we can tell what the note most likely is. Y'all shall keep it up in his appointed season. Remember, it says that the greater light, the lesser light, the sun, what they call the sun, moon, and stars, are for signs and seasons and days and years. Did you get that? Signs and seasons. See, the psalm, which psalm is it? 19? The heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament shew his handiwork. Day to day utter his speech. Night to night showeth knowledge. there's no voice, you know, where their sound is not heard, like there's no words and all that, right? Because speaking about the heavens are saying something, but it's not like we read something in the book. But if we can understand the pattern recognition as the ancients did, this is where the calendars and the proper calendars and the understanding of times and seasons and when these seasons come about. Check, right? So in his appointed season, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall y'all keep it, shall y'all observe it. Notice, at even again is between the two evenings. And so I said, okay, we got to do that. We got to do this, right? We got to like put this right? Now, of course, this is like, for example, this is Wednesday, the fourth day of the Shavua, right? And the evening psalm, right, appointed is 94. But then if this is the fourth day that is called Wednesday, let's just think about fourth day as Torah say, right? So that will help clear the confusion, right? So if it's the fourth day, right, and the day, right, what does the scripture says concerning the fourth day? Evening and morning, right? The morning or the dawning. What is the dawn? Called the morning, but the dawning, right? It's called the break of day, right? That's when people have breakfast, right? No, the break of day, right? Right? Check, and then the day go through, right? And then after the day is over, the next even coming in, it can't be a part of the fourth day, right? For example, the Wednesday, it must be a part of the day to come, right? But notice what we just had. We had two evenings. That's between the evenings, right? So between the evenings. So I hope ones are picking up on this right here, right? And then it says Numbers 28 and 4. The one lamb shalt thou offer in the morning. You see that? In the morning. Evening and what? Morning is a day, right? Right? According to what the scriptures say. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, right? At even. You see the Hebrew there? Between the two evenings. So that means ideally what we're going to seek to practice and perfect is the between the evenings, the two psalms. But hopefully to definitely like for the day coming in, right, is Psalm 81, right? For not the day coming in, but for the evening, right? The evening psalm, Psalm 81, right? So that's what we had Psalm 94, kicked off to begin off Psalm 94, right? That was the evening psalm for the day that has just passed. And now by the time we come into the evening here, right, it is, according to the scripture, right, connected with the day to come because of the language of scripture. Evening and morning, right? Or boca, dawning. Dawning is a better word than morning because English is a funny language. Morning. Somebody says morning, right? Just by itself, right? You have to try to put it in context. What do you mean? Morning? You mean like so-called like good morning, or you mean morning like the other kind of morning? You see how English is yeah, right? But don't get so caught up on it because you don't want to like harm your soul, your psyche, right? Understand it. It's good enough to understand it, right? Why they did this? Why they did no. What is the proper thing to do? Is more the better question there, right? Between the two evenings, right? So we had between the two evenings here, right? So the one lamb, right, will be in the morning. Notice that, and the other lamb at evening. You see what the two evenings are, right? So this is a whole other perspective to this that has been lost by, I don't know if Gregorian. There's one that did that audible that we shared before. There's a short video, a couple of not even a minute really, where it says like the Gregorian calendar is evil. You know what I'm saying? And to say evil is bad. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's bad. Or say that it's low tove, right? It's low tove. It's not good. You see what I'm saying? Yes, we have to be in the world, but not of the world, and that's why we have to understand these things. So here's the last verse right here. This is the last of the 5 verses, just to prove and bring out evidence, right? And a reasoning that points to the evidence to bring out. People say explain. Just, oh, you don't have to interpret. You don't have to just what it says. No, that's not how reality goes, right? You know what I'm saying? Because anyway, right, you do have to, right, interpret, Right? See, I think people become overzealous at, like, like over they fly over the mark when it says that no prophecy is of private interpretation. Right? Now they think that nobody you can't interpret. We're not supposed to try to understand what it's saying. That is foolish. That's some foolishness. Right? That's like cult behavior. That's not really Hebrew roots and culture. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, a wolf of the evenings. A wolf of the evenings. You check out what happened. So the wolf will come out when the evening time, right, comes out. Wolf come out, roam. The dawn comes, they'll go back, hide, because people are gonna be about, And then when the next evening comes out, the wolf come out. That's mean about the wolf of the evening. The wolf of the what? Right? The wolf of the now here. Now this is something different here. You see what you see? This is why we study. Here it says, "or deserts." We're gonna get into that if we have time. And okay, the rest of the verse, it says, shall spoil them. A leopard shall watch over their cities. But it's known that predatory animals come out when the light, because they can, a lot of these cats, can see these cats, you know what I'm saying? Right? These wild cats, they can see, right? Even the domesticated cats, they can see, as they say, in the dark, right? So that's more to their advantage. They got that built in, right? That Elohim ordained, what they call it again? Yeah, yeah. It slipped me, but you know what I'm talking about. Night vision. There we go. Night vision. Yeah, night vision right there. Right? They have it. They have it. So here it says, a leopard, right, another kind of cat, shall watch over their cities. Everyone that goeth out thence shall be torn in pieces. Uh-oh. Because their transgressions are many. Uh-oh. And their backslidings are increased, or it says over here, bringing out the translators know the Hebrew says that their backslidings are strong. Wow, are strong. The elect of God, the King of Kings of Ethiopia says that a habit once formed becomes like an incurable second nature. And the only way to overcome a bad habit is to replace it with a good habit. You see that there, right there, the hato, the inclination to the good. But you have to be informed that, I got this bad habit. This is what it is. Get off all the emotionality. Maybe a little bit, if that helps you to get to where you got to level up. You know what I mean? Where you got to level up. So the aliyah, right, is the level up, right? Both in the sense of worship and also, as it says, rising up the sound, right? Like in the evening. So we see this order of even worship, right, is brought out very clearly right here. You know what I'm saying? The morning, the main two times. Of course, some may do it three times, or even some may seven times, right? But before you can get to the seven, right, let's just see one time, right? And the two times here, the morning and the evening. See, we're pointing to that because of what's read over here, right, about the one lamb, right? Because we go into this verse right here, the one lamb, right here, the one lamb, right, day by day, the one lamb. I think, is this the part right here where it's talking about the Sabbath? Yeah, this is the part that we was talking about before, right? Where Robeno, our Rabbi Yeshua, right? Jesus, who the world calls Jesus, or we may say Jesus, Jesus, right? Was speaking to them and spoke about how the priests, right, in the temple, how they profane like the Sabbath and they are like blameless or guiltless, right? Have you not read, right? And he was pointing to this right here because even on the Shabbat day, the priests, and the Levites, they had a work to do, right? A work of worship, right? And on the Sabbath day, two lambs of the first year without spot and 2/10 deals of flour, right? It says for a meat offering, but more correct, a meal, a meal offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering of the like libation, right, offering thereof, right. Then in verse 10 it says, "This is but the burnt offering, the olah, the ascension offering, the leveling up offering," right? Because olah, right, the word olah is the word for burnt offering. That's from Allah, right, to ascend, to go up, like we say aliyah, the aliyah, or the song of degrees. And here we do have A Song of Degrees 129 right here, daily psalm, right? Just to connect these key words, right? Better to connect these key words. Let's show you. We told you about it. Let me show you about it. So you see the word Ola, 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 right? Ola. What is the Ola? Ola. Ola is a whole burnt offering in one sense of the word. And then we have Ola is an ascent, a going up, right? A stairway, right? Steps, right? Steps, right? And it's from the root Allah, Allah, right? Not Allah. Allah, Allah, right? Allah means to swear, and Allah, right? This is why the proper vocalization is important, so we can, like it says, like if a trumpet gives an uncertain sound, how do you know? Right? So this word, we say it, try to say it as it should be Afro-Semitically, Allah, right? The Allah, Allah, Allah. It's a harder guttural A, Allah, right? Allah. And the other word is Allah, 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 Allah. You see, Allah, Allah. If I said Allah, I'm talking about Allah. If I said Allah, I'm talking about Allah. So here we're talking about the Ola, Ola, right? Here to go up to ascend, you see? To go up to ascend in a different context of this word. To go up, to level up, to go up, to go to higher, higher, higher heights, right? To go up, right? To go up. Symbolically in worship is like going to the high place, right? Like symbolically, right? But like to the altar, right? But also for the thoughts to go up, like in prayer and worship, right? You try to, now it's prayer and worship, so you have to have that discipline of mind, right? So the thoughts can go up. You know what I mean? You can keep that appointment. You know what I mean? Work out what you have to work out with source, right? With the word, sound, power, the words of our mouth, and the meditation, the medi of our heart. To ascend, in transitively to be high. You know what I mean? It's really, the being high is not the problem, right? It's not understanding what being high, right, in the way really is. That's where, the devil, the slander, the lie, the distraction, right, the mistraction. You know what I'm saying? But here actively to mount up. And it's used in a great variety of senses, a primary, a secondary sense. It can be used literally or figuratively. So the whole point of this right here is to bring out more of what what the Ola is. The Ola is, in the context here, is a whole burnt offering. Why is it called an Ola? It's called an Ola because for example, when the animal was burnt, right, prepared, cut, de-blooded, right? The blood was taken out of it, all of that was done, and the parts that was to be burned, right? But this usually meant that everything, the whole burnt offering is like the whole thing, the whole animal, basically being burnt. You know what I'm saying? According to what the Torah says, you know what I'm saying? And therefore, what would happen is that the smoke, right? The smoke is going up. You see what I'm saying? And what's happening when there is an offering, right, on the higher level, according to the Hebrew ancient science and the ancient Afro-Semitic science, what's happening is the process of transmutation, right? And offerings of transmutation. You take some rock crystals of it's not crystals, but I call that for the frankincense. The rocks. You know what I'm saying right there. But I know, in the world, we're not talking about the worldly thing. Right? I won't say burn that, destroy that. Take that out of creation. You know what I'm saying? But speaking about the Ishans, right? The incense, right? So you put the incense, right? You put the incense right on the charcoal, right? And what happens there? Well, as it burns, as you have sufficient fire, as it burns and you watch it, you see a transmutation. After the incense, frankincense or the myrrh or whatnot burns, you look at it, what do you see? Ash, right? Pick up the ash if you can. So there's nothing there. What happened? It got transmuted from the fire cycle, the physical state, right, to the metaphysical state, right? Or it got transmuted, right, from one state of matter. So what the offerings really show is a transmutation of matter, right? What it really shows from a kind of spiritual, a really just and righteous way that they falsely call religious, but a really just way, right? It shows the process of spiritualizing from one state of matter to the next. Because what happens when it burns, right? there's that sweet savor. That's why it talks about over and over and over, right, within the law for offerings, direction, instruction of that sweet savor, that sweet smell, right? Whether of the ancients, of the offering, that sweet smell. So we give to Yahweh, right? We give Yahweh, right, all that smoke, right? Yes. Elohim, we give to him all that smoke. So think about how the world has things like backward, even the whole evening thing that we've been mentioning. See how things are kind of like backward, turned upside down, like you're turning of things upside down. There's a verse in the scripture that speaks to Babylon, the evildoers, about turning things upside down. You know how that will be disesteemed, right? He won't give it no respect, right? So here, Allah, the word right here is a noun feminine. Allah, the burnt offering, is a noun feminine. So we give this noun feminine, the Allah, to he who be, Yahweh, right? Just to see that connection, and then the offering itself, right? Whether it's incense or ancients, right, or whether it's the animal, it's transmuted, right, from the phi cycle, right, to the meta-phi cycle, the metaphysical, or to the spiritual, what we would call the spiritual, to the next state of matter, right? And in reality and science, we know about the states of matter. But then the ancients, right, they also understood these things, and they were actually speaking about these things even in the scripture. People gonna look at, oh, this is a religious thing, but they forget the earthly type is before the heavenly type. That's why Moshiach Rabbeinu, our rabbi, the rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, he says, if I show you earthly things and you can't understand the earthly things, the natural things. In other words, if I burn some incense, I said, I want to show you something spiritual. Let me show you something spiritual. So I take some incense, some ancients, let me take some incense, right? I take some incense, right? And I put it on some charcoal that I've already caused it to be, it's ready to burn. It's getting hot. It's ready for the incense, right? I put it on there, right? And we see the smoke is going up, right? The smoke is going up, right? It's ascending, right? Ola, 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 ola. It's going up, right? It's ascending. Remember what this whole thing is called, right? Let's go over here for a moment. It's called whole burnt offering, but from the root idea of the word, it's ascending, a stairway. And notice how sometimes when you see the smoke going up, it's that going up, circling, it's spiraling up. Like it's spiraling. It's both the line is meeting the circle. When the line meets the circle, it creates a spiral, right? It creates what? A stairway, a staircase. And we see that happen just with a simple thing, right? Like burning incense on charcoal. Just giving you that example right there. You see, right? So you might just think, oh, that's just making the house smell better, or the place smell, like it's fumigating. Yeah, it is fumigating the place, burning out the place, fumigating the place. But there's a spiritual activity that's going on. And there's also it's almost like a science experiment. Think about it, even just with the burnt offerings. So they understood in their so-called primitive or prime way of understood, right? That's why when you think about burnt offerings, different kind of offering, and the use of fire amongst ancient peoples, even before this here Torah, right? But then also, especially through the direction instruction that we find in Torah, it shows that the ancient peoples, they understood this primary thing. You know what I mean? They understood, fire, right? Fire. So when we read in the scripture that our God is a consuming fire, may we be able, according to the ancient Hebrew Afro-Shemitic science, understand what's going on. You know what I mean? And understand the basics. So we don't have to go and kind of spook it out. You know what I mean? And some spooky, there's something, and something we don't see going. No, look at what we see going on, right? Because after that incense burns, that incense burn, right? If I ask you to pick up the incense now, right? Sometimes it maintains that form. You know how sometimes when it burns on the when it burns on the charcoal, it maintains a form, right? Even the cone incense, those cone kind of incense, but you go try to pick it up. If you felt the cone beforehand, it had a weight, a discernible weight. Maybe it was very lightweight, but you could still feel the weight, right? But that's not the same thing. Something has happened. It's gone from this state of matter, right? It's gone to, but where has it gone? It's gone to the spirit. In truth, it's gone to, okay, it sounds religious there, to the spirit, right? It's gone into the ear. It's gone into the ether, right? Right? It's gone into the ether, right? But here, right? So here's the idea of stairway, ascending. Now you see the word Holocaust. The word Holocaust is there. But Holocaust, right, actually meant whole burning, complete burning, right? That's what Holocaust meant. Whole burning, complete burning, as going up in smoke. So we're given, who we're giving the smoke to? Right? Because it says that our God is a consuming fire. So who we giving the smoke to? Right? We're giving Yahweh all that smoke. Right? So, just how we use these words nowadays. So here, just on the 2 evenings here, just want to show you the Shabbat part, the Olah of every Shabbat day. So that means there had to be an offering, a whole burn offering, right? Right? Every Shabbat day. And that was in addition to the continual burnt offering, right? And his drink offering, the libation. So every day there was an offering. And on the Shabbat, there was like a Shabbat offering. That's what Yeshua meant when he said to the hypocrites, the religious hypocrites, the scribes and Pharisees, of that time. You know what I mean? Like, what about the priests? Right? They profane the Shabbat, right? And they are guiltless. Because you're talking about like no work. They were being like, so-called over righteous, over ratchet, right? Over righteous, over wicked. You know what I mean? And the scripture speaks to us, like warns us about, don't do it, right? In that sense. So here is where it says like the one lamb offered in the morning and the other one at the evening, right? And then we notice that the key word here, going back to the first entry that we have, is actually in the Hebrew between the evening. So that means in the Hebrew, right? Is it Aravim? Is it Aravim? Let's see if we can just get this right here. Let's go here. Where we're going right here. Oh, let's change this up right here to the compare, right? Compare scripture. Let's go down to Tanakh for a moment. Well, let's go over here. We already know that the word evening, let's go to evening where it says right here in the evening, right? So here the base word is Ereb. Ereb. You see the 3 letters? Ereb. Ereb. Not Arab. Arab is the root word. But here, right? If we go down here to the Hebrew, it says, Wahaya Lakem Misha Mereta Ad Arba'ah, right? Asar Yom, and you shall like watch it, keep it, right? Until the Arba'ah, Asar Yom, until the 14th Yom day, La Chodesh, of the month, Hazeh, of this month. And then it says, with Shachatu, Shachatu, and you shall slay it. Shachat, that's this word here. Shachat. It's the word to slay, but it's usually like to slay, right? To slay as an offering, right? To slaughter like in a sacrifice. It can be used in other sense, but to slaughter, like you say, to slaughter, right? Where shachatu, and they shall slaughter Oto. They shall slaughter Oto, Ado, Oto. Oto in Hebrew means him. Where shachatu Oto, and they shall slay him, right? Call a kahal, all the congregation. That means all the assembled one, like the whole church. The kahal is also the church, right? New Testament sense kahala. Kahal, like to gather together, not the building, but us, like we're members of one body, right? In that sense there, right? It says call kahal, right? Adat, all of the congregation of the witnesses, Adat, right? Right, the assembly, they would translate the assembly of the congregation in that sense, but the church of the congregation, the witnesses, Adat Yisrael, the witnesses or congregation of Israel. It says Bain Arba'im, Bain, between, Ha the Arba'im, So here's the phrase right here. All right, this is the phrase here. Let me see if I can do this. I'm still learning this software here. So yeah. So here, if you see this right here, I took the reference here just to, I'm trying out this new software so we can, more easily be able to present, right, the content, right? So right there, you see right here. So this word right here, let me try this right here. This is all first time, so let's see how well it goes. Okay, it's a little small there, but I want to give this to you in kind of as best as possible the English, right? The English equivalency, right? Or right? Alliteration. So give me a moment, a little slow, but I'll make sure it's right and accurate. Uh, right, by you. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happened there. By you. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see if we can put a little space there. Okay, here we go. So check it out. Okay, Arbaim. So you see right there we have Bain, Ha, Arbaim. So the word Bain, between, right? Ha, the, Arbaim. Between the evening, right? Between the evening. So we have the Arab, right? A singular one, and Arbaim. Oh. I didn't even put in let me put in the I. There we go, right there. All right, just to bring out to the English equivalency, what we're speaking about here, right? From this verse and these verses here. Here's Exodus. This is this part here, Exodus 12 and 6, right? Exodus 12 and 6, right? So it basically saying between the evenings or the two evenings, because usually in the Hebrew, the Yod Mem, the Eem part, the Yod Mem, usually in Hebrew, it means it's a dual masculine. Like we say, Shoftim, judges, Elohim, God, speaking of our in singularity or in a generalized sense, gods. You know what I'm saying? Shemayim, at least two heavens. It's a dual masculine. Or here with Bain Ha Arbayim, like between the evenings, at least two. Right? This is the sense of bringing it out as between the two evenings. Right? And so right here, right? The Bain Har Arbayim, right? So one can kind of begin to even more get it. All right. So we had Psalm 94 and the Psalm for the other, the evening for the day to come, right? The day to come. Here is the 81st, right? And we have 120. Yeah, that's 129. The memes there, playing in the background. But between the evening, so here at the fourth, day, or what they call Wednesday night, right? Because the fourth day, right? 94, that's for the day that has passed, right? Wednesday evening song. And for the day to come, as evening and morning, right, is the day, and that's the day to come. Here's 81.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, למעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך.
Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. But the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, 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 hear the word.
Yes. So right here between, let's just sum up on this point right here, between between the evenings. So here we just found a way to like kind of save some notes, right? Also to kind of bring out a little bit better, like when we're going over the Hebrew and maybe some particular thing we can kind of zoom in on, like right here between the evenings, the Bain Ha-Arba'in, Bain Ha-Arba'in, Bain Ha-Arba'in, Bain Ha-Arba'in, between the Arabs, right, between the evenings, right, the two evenings, and also the evening psalms. So right here for this middle of the week, the heart of the week, that central shaft of the menorah, so to speak, right here, right, this discovery right here, right, scripturally, even in the application, right, of the between the evenings, and also, how we should, regard our evening psalms. Like, so the day coming forward, the fifth day of the Shabuah, right, that was Psalm 81. But yet this is what people call Wednesday evening or Wednesday night, right? But actually we can rise up the sound, right, for the day that has just passed. That's Psalm 94, right? As we shared first Psalm 94, and then as we got into the reasonment there, it was like, chant. Now we kind of understand what we have over here, pointing to this over here. Let's go back. Let's do this right here. Let's see if we can do this like this. There we go, the 5 verses. Right, these 5 verses, Exodus 12 and 6, where it says evening is actually between the two evenings, right? So for 4 of these entries right here, Exodus 30 and 8 concerning the great worship, right? The lighting of the lamps, the menorah, and the burning of the aishans in the evening service, right? That's also the words here, the Bain Ha-Arba'in, Bain Ha-Arba'in, is the same words there between the two evenings here, 14th day, bringing out again what the first entry said in Numbers chapter 9 and 3, right, concerning, when this would go on between the evenings, right, between the evenings. So like now we're in the nighttime, so the evening, so anytime between this time, the evening, and then the next day come forward, evening, morning, a day, and then we have the next evening. In that sense right there. And this is speaking about Pesach. And then over here, right, speaking about the offerings, right, the lamb in the morning, evening, and morning, right, and the other lamb to be offered at even, right, at even. So you can see this idea of the two evenings, right, and this is what the scripture is bringing out right here concerning the two evenings. And also, just orientating it that the evening, right, and the day, so we can call it the evening, morning, and the day. So the day is really opposite, almost 180 degrees. We're told that there's the day, and then there's that evening that so-called belongs to the day. But in Yahweh Elohim's way, it's really the evening. So this is the evening we're in. This evening belongs to the next day, because it's evening and morning. So it's like if it's a math question. So evening plus the morning equals the day, right? That's a good, I think we have to do that as well right there, just to kind of bring that out. But here we have today's daily psalm. The last verse is a different verse. We'll touch on that one again, because I'm sure we'll return to this theme of the evening. So here, evening psalm for the day coming forward, Psalm 81, and today's daily psalm according to the royal order, right, according to Israelites of Ethiopia. Here we have right here, Shema Yisrael. Here we have Psalm 129, Shema Yisrael. And here we also have a song of degrees, right? So even previously what was 125, another song of degrees, a song of going up, right? Right, Shir Ha-Ma'alot, 129.
Psalm 129.
מזמור קכ"ט שיר המעלות, 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 המעלות.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, my youth, my youth, my youth.
רבת צררוני מן נעוריי, נעוריי, נעוריי,
May Israel now say, now say, now say, now say.
יאמרנה ישראל, ישראל, ישראל.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, from my youth, from my youth, from my youth, from my youth.
רבת צררוני מן נעוריי, 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 נעוריי.
Yet they have not prevailed against me, against me, against me, against me.
ربت ترروني من نعراي 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 عالقبي حارشو بي حارشو بي حارشو بي حارشو بي حارشو بي حارشو بي حارشو.
The plowers plowed upon my back. They made long their furrows, furrows. For the Lord is righteous. He hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Let them all be confounded and turned back that hate Zion. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, which withereth afore it groweth up. Wherewith the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom. Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. We bless you in the name of the Lord.
Yes, 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 yes. So here, Psalm 120, Psalm 129. It's themed a sufferer's plea. Right, a sufferer's plea. Let's see if we can share some of the Targum on today's daily psalm just to get an overview.
It has affinities with Psalm 124, Psalm CXXIV, that probably some say belongs to that period or to such a period as these 400 years. 400 years. So today's daily psalm, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrew, Mizmor Kof Kaf 8. Psalm 100 Kof 20 Kaf 9 8. Psalm CXXIX. His theme here, a sufferer's plea. Ibn Ezra held that the Mizmor, the psalm, Mizmor Kof Kaf 8, as a psalm to relate to the Babylonian captivity. A view that is accepted by many moderns. We see this psalm, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Kaf 8, Psalm 129, Psalm CXXIX, to relate to the 400 years. Here, today's daily psalm relating to the 400 years. We have two parts to today's daily psalm. The first 4 verses, Yisrael's downpression and deliverance, verse 5 to 8. National enemies are imprecated. So Ibn Ezra held that the Mizmor relates to the Babylonian captivity. Babylon, the Babylonian captivity. We say in Javu to the 400 years. The 400 years, the once lost, now found. Black people, black sheep of the Beit Yisrael. Others connected with the troublous times of Nehemiah. Today's daily psalm is more Kof Kaf 8, Psalm 129. It has affinities with Psalm 124, Psalm CXXIV, that probably some say belongs to that period or to such a period as these 400 years. Osterley, however, argues in favor of a pre-exilic date before the exile and relates that the Mizmor, the psalm, the chant, the intonation, to the attack upon Jerusalem by Sennacherib. So here, just a basic build on today's daily psalm, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here after the Order of Malachi, Tzedek, today's daily psalm, Psalm 129. Psalm 129. Here. Shir ha-ma'illot, rebata tziraruni mina orai. Yomarna Yisrael, rabata tziraruni mina orai. Dam lo yakluli. Allah gabi, kharashu, khorshi, he'eriku. Le ma'enotam. Le ma'enitam. Yo tzadika. Here, first 4 verses, a psalm of ascent, a psalm of degrees, psalm of going up. Shir ha-ma'ilot, of the aliyah ma'ilot. Much enough have they afflicted I from my youth up. May Yisrael now say. Now we have this here in the Sefer Tehillim, the translation in English, the more classic KJV translation of today's daily psalm. Many a time Many a time have they afflicted I from my youth. May Yisrael now say, Rabata tzraruni yamin orai. Yomar na Yisrael. Many a time have they afflicted me, have they afflicted I from my youth, yet they have not prevailed against I. Rabata tzraruni min orai. Gam lo yakluli. The plowers plowed upon my back. They made long their furrows. Al gabiya charshu charshima ha'ariku li ma'innotam lemanitam. Many times the plowers plowed upon my back. They made long their furrows. The Dalet verse 4. Verse 4 right here. Yaw tzadika kitzaitza evota rishaim. Jehovah is righteous. He hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked, of the ratchet. Yaw tzadik kitzaitza evota rishaim. Yisrael's downpression and deliverance and deliverance. The construction of this and the next verses, beginning with the first verse, Rebata Tziraruni Mina Orai Yomar Na Yisrael. Many a times, much, nuff. Rebat is not so much many times, but it's more nuff, much. Rebat Tziraruni, have they afflicted me? Ani Tziraruni, me Neorai, from my youth. Yomar Na. Say, Yisrael, may Israel say. The construction of this in the next verses has the same form as the 124th Psalm. The 124th Psalm, first verse. If it had not been Yahuwah, Jehovah, who was for us, Lulei Yahuwah, Shehaya Lanu. Yomar na Yisrael, may Israel now say, Lulei Yahuwah, Shehaya lanu. Yomar na Yisrael, if it had not been Jehovah who was for I and I, may Yisrael now say. My youth, Neorai, me Neorai, Neor youth, Neorai, my youth, me Neorai. The spent time in bondage here for the Israeli, for the Hebrew and the Israelite, the Mitzrayim, the bondage, even in this spiritual Egypt. So we have the first two verses, Rebata tzaruni minurai, Yomarna Yisrael, Rebata tzaruni minurai, Gam lo yakaluli. Nuff, have they afflicted I from I youth up, but they have not prevailed. Gam, also Gam lo yakaluli. It's not but there, but it's Gam, like also lo, no, yakalu, to prevail, li, they have not prevailed me or prevailed against I. That's the bait verse here in the Gimel, the third verse. Al gabi charshu chorshim he'eriku. Now the kativ is li ma'inotam. The kerei is li ma'initam. What it said, li ma'initam. So we have the plowers plowed, the plowers and the back. The plowers and the back. The plowers and the back. Plowing. The plowers plowed. Al gabi. Al gabi. Upon my. All upon gabi. Charshu. Plowing. Chorshi. Charshu. Chorshi. Plowers plowing. Making long. He'eriku. He'eriku. Making long their furrows. The Katib reads le ma'innotam. The Kerei, what it said, le ma'initam. So the plowers, as land is gashed by the plow, so the backs of the Israelites, once lost now found, we the black Jews of the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and our ancestors, their backs being cut by the whips of their taskmasters, by the whips of the slave masters. Al gabi charshu chorshi. They made long their furrows, the wheels, the whelps, like extend a long way across the back. evidencing the extreme brutality of the downpresser man, of the taskmasters, the slave masters. Here the Dalet verse. Yahweh Tzadik Kitzetza Evota Rishaim. Jehovah is righteous. Yahweh Tzadik. Tzadik is the righteous, is righteous. Yahweh Tzadik Kitzetza. He hath cut Kitzetza Evot. Evota Rishaim. He hath cut the cords, the Evot of the Rishaim, of the ratchet, the cords, the Evot. Now the word Evot, not to be confused with Avot, the Evot, the Ein, Evot, the Evot, the cords. The word is employed in Job 39 and 10 for the rope. What is the Evot? The Evot is the rope that harnesses the ox to the plow. The Israelites, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, under the subjection of the heathen rulers, even in these 400 years, are likened to the ox, yoked for work in the field. By Elohim, the true good, the true God's aid, the cords were broken and freeness regained, even as the fulfillment of 400 years. Here in Mizmor Kof Kaf 8, verses 5 to 8, the national enemies imprecated. They are imprecated. Charges and imprecations. Here. Verse, the Hey verse, 5th verse. Yevoshu we yisogu achor. Kol sonei Zion. Call the Sonei Zion, make them be ashamed, Yevoshu, and turned backward, where Yisogu Achor, and turned where Yisogu Achor to the back. Call all Sonei Zion, all the Sonei of Zion, all the haters of Zion, ashamed, Yevoshu. Disappointed. May they be disappointed by the failure of their schemes and conspiracies to harm Yisrael. We, the once lost, now found black and brown sheeple of the Beta Yisrael Jah people. Zion, Zion is the symbol of the nation and of Zion. Call Sonei Zion, even the African Zion. Here, the Vav, the Wow verse, the 6th verse. Yehiyu kachitzir gagot, shek admata shalafa yavesh. Make them be as the grass upon the housetops that withereth afore it springeth up. The grass, kachitzir, the chitzir gagot, on the housetop. Yehiyu, let them be kachitzir gagot. Make them be as grass. Chitzir Gagot, grass of the housetop. Perhaps some say this is quoted from Isaiah XXXVII and 27. Isaiah 37 and 27. Here, Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 37, verse 27. Therefore the inhabitants were of small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and as corn, blasted before it be grown up. Here, and the wow, the 6th verse. The wind carries seed from the field that sometimes falls upon a roof. It may begin to grow, but having no depth of soil. Remember the parables of Robin, the sower sowing the seed, having no depth of soil, quickly shrivels under the sun's heat, that withereth afore it springeth up. Shek adamat from the kedame, shek adamat shalaf yavesh, that withereth before, shek adamat, that withereth afore it springeth up. Literally, it says it is unsheathed. Shalaf, it is unsheathed, commonly used of the sword, here of the blade of grass. So may Yisrael foes perish before their plans fructify, or if they have any success at all, make it be short-lived. Here, the Zayn verse. Shelo mile kapo kotzir wechitzno me amir. Wherefore the reaper filleth not his hand. Shelo, that which is not milay, to fill kapo, his hand, kotzir, the reaper, wechitzno me amir, nor he that bindeth, wechitzno, the binder, me amir, the omer, me amir, the binder of sheaves, chitzno, his bosom, me amir, the binder of sheaves, his bosom. Now here in the Zayn verse, the 7th verse, the representatives and the representations on the monuments, the Mitzrayim, the Kemetic monuments, it show that the reaper used to hold his skith with the right hand, laying hold with his left hand of what was cut, removing it out of the way. Behind him followed a man with a large girdled garment that above the girdle had open folds. Into that the grain or the corn was placed. At intervals the latter was taken to be tied into sheaves, Shelo mile kapok otzir wechitzno me'amir, filleth not his hand. Shelo mile kapo. Shelo mile kapo. Does not know. Shelo mile, to fill kapo. Kapo, his hand. Normally, when reaping, the farmer's hand grasps the corn that he cuts. Not so these ill wishers of Sion, of Zion, even of I African Zion. What they hold in their grip will be shriveled and worthless, fit only to be thrown aside or burned up. In other words, they will gain nothing, nothing from their schemes and their conspiracies against I and we. His bosom. Where chitzno, his bosom. Also is governed by the verb milay, filleth. Shelo milay kapok otzir wechitzno me'amir. Here, the chet verse, the 8th verse, chet, here. Willo amru ha-ovrim birkat Yahweh elekem beraknu etekem b'shem Yahweh. Neither do they that go by say, the birkat, the baraka, the birkat of Yahweh, of Jehovah, Elekem, be upon you all, Elekem. Beraknu, we, I bless you. Etekem, beraknu, we blessing. Etekem, you all. B'shem Yahweh, in the Shem, in the Hashem of Jehovah. Neither do they that go by say. We learned from Ruth, from Ruth 2 and 4, that it was customary for a passerby to address a birkat, a baraka, a blessing to the reapers, such as Jehovah be with you. Salam leku alekamu. No baraka, no birkat of Elohim, the true good, the true God, can be invoked upon men and people engaged upon work of so malicious and vicious a character. Thus it reads, Willo amru ha-ovrim. And no, they say ha-ovrim. We have the abra there. Ha-ovrim, the passers-by. In a sense, only the Hebrews, the passers-by. Ha-ovrim. Willo amru ha-ovrim. Neither do they that go by say, we barakenu etekem b'shem Yahweh. We, I bless you in the name of Jehovah. In ordinary circumstances, the prayer would imply, may Jah prosper your work. But who could utter such a hope and expectation in this connection? So here in the 8th verse, we both get the proper blessing, but not in this context. to those who have afflicted I, who have afflicted Ethiopia, Black Israel. No blessing to them. Willo amru ha'ori birkata yawa elekem beraknu etkem b'shem Mahuwa.
So here. Yes, Chavarim, Talmudim, here. Today's daily psalm, we had 129. There, that verse there is very interesting because it's a harvest time, the harvest time. Also, the importance of the baraka. Remember the word that was said to Abraham that he and his seed, if we're truly his seed, will be a baraka, a blessing, an empowerment to prosper, right? A baraka. So here we have this verse right here, this final verse. It's like a kind of an overview, right? Some of the main verses and some of the main points, and not going into too much depth, but trying to bring out some of the basics, some of the first principles right here. So we have Psalm 129 is themed a sufferer's plea, right? A sufferer's plea. How do you plea, right? A sufferer's plea. And we have a couple of parts to it. We have verse like 1 to 4, Yisrael, the bite, Yisrael, the beta Israel, downpression and the deliverance, right? Verses 5 to 8, the second part, right? The national enemies, the enemies of bite Yisrael, once lost, now found, right? The national enemies are imprecated. Now, the imprecation is like to say a curse, right? Remember that principle of Abraham, right? Bless, all those who bless you are blessed and you're a blessing, and all those who seek to curse you are cursed, right? So we can just focus on the baraka, right? Yes, there will be a kalala, but here focusing on the bracha, right? The baraka. So here in the context of Psalm 129, it's kind of like it brings out, by virtue of the kind of opposite, right, what the right way is, and here we say it right here in this particular verse here, this closing verse here, neither do they that go by say. So this would imply that those who do go by, they should say, but because of the context of the Psalm 129, Mizmor Kof Kaf 8, right? Psalm CXXIX. Note also it's a shir, ha ma'alot. It's a song of going ups, right? Like going up to say going up in the context of like going up to worship, right? In that sense, making that aliyah, right? Ha ma'alot, the ma'alot. And also ma'ala can be like thoughts, as they go, like make heights, right? Here, this is a song of the going ups, especially applied to like the 3 times in the year, the pilgrim feasts and festivals, right? When all the males of Israel to present themselves. So here we have a sufferer's plea, right? And there are those like Ibn Ezra and other scholars from before that held that the Mizmor here, Mizmor Kof Kaf 8, that it relate to the Babylonian captivity. How interesting, right? To the Babylonian captivity, a view that is accepted also among modern scholars, Judaically, Hebraically speaking, that this relates to the Babylonian captivity. So we have like the Babylonian captivity then, and also within the spirit of the Brit Chadasha, even in the latter days. Check, Babylon, come out of her, my people, right? Others out of that matrix and be born again, yeah? So others might connect Psalm 129, a sufferer's plea, connected with the troublous times of Nehemiah, or Nehemiah, right? Nehemiah. And we touched on that in the previous psalm here in the season. There was Psalm 125, so even that part there that you see on the plow was plowed upon my back. You see that? The plow was plowed upon my back. So the application of the psalm, both we can say then, right, and now. Like Hebraically, Judaically, it's referred to as a dual midrash, right? Almost like a dual midrash. Midrash is an ancient Hebrew word also found in the scripture, darasha, midrash, like to study, to seek, right? As we seek, the application of these words, right? We can see, yes, from the study of history and then, right? But we also see like a rhema word now. That's why in the Audible, I think when we recorded that was around 2019, 2020, and you remember all that occurred then. Those of a certain age, others who might hear this, just check out, the pandemic, and all of that. And of course, there's the personal testimonies, but what happened there was very universal, almost like in kind of how Revelation, the Chazon Yochanan, says that yes, it's Yisrael, the Beta Yisrael in the midst, but also the residuals, the collaterals. Like, let's put it like that right there. So here in today's daily psalm, we went through just a basic overview, and also applying this to like the Brit Chadash sense, the renewed covenant sense, of Robenu, Adonenu, Yeshua, HaMoshiach, in that context. So the second part of it, and this particular verse here, let's bring this verse on. So because they who have done this, right? Let's apply this here, right? Can we say to they who have done this, who once lost and now found, can we say, right? And what they did to Moshiach, right? Well, what we did, right? But now what they do, right? And then also, if the foundations be destroyed, what do the righteous do? Check, right? Yes. So here, let's get into this verse right here. So this verse, it says, neither do they that go by say. Right? Can you imagine? We see what they did right here. And so we're going to go by and we're going to say, oh, the Barakat Yahuwah, be upon them after what they done did. For real? For real? Right? It says, a blessing, right? Bless those who bless you. You know what I'm saying? Curse those who curse you. You see what I'm saying? Or curse be they, actually. We don't even have to curse. But it's the power of the bracha, right? The power of the baraka, right? And this is what this verse here is interesting, because here it's explaining in the context where, that if it was a usual, right, a good situation, then this is what would be said. The blessing of Yahweh up on you, right? Let's break this down into two parts here, from the Hebrew, the Ivrit. Welo amru. Now, it's interesting because here we have the word, where does it say, right? There goes say. Amar, right? Amar. Remember the part about the plow was plowed, right? The plow was plowed, right? On the back, right? And remember about the sheaves? We're talking about the sheaves. I think it was the verse before, right? Let's go to the verse before, the 7th verse, right? So here, let's get the Ivrit first. Shelo, she shows us right here that this is the later Amharic, more influenced by like Aramaic, right? So if this was older, I said Amharic, Hebrew, right? This is the later Hebrew, right? So this points to the time after the Babylonian captivity, like after that return in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, right, and Nehemiah. And as this psalm also points to that time period of its composition, right, and its original, we could say, word sound. So in understanding that, we can see how it perfectly applies to the latter days and times. Here it says Shelo. So if it was an older, right, Yehudit, that's called Hebrew, it would be Asher Lo, right? So in the older Hebrew, Asher Lo, it would be Asher Lo, right? But the more Aramaic and kind of like the shortened kind of version, right, it would be the later version, it would be Shelo, right? So She is like those who, they that, right? They that, right? Mile, or he who, in that sense, Mile. Shelo, he who Mile, in the more forcible sense of the root Mala, Male, he filled, he was full, right? Mile, right? He fills, right? Shalom Mile, right? And not he who fills, capo, right? From the kaf, right? His hand. Now here says his hand, and we have to say this here respectfully. This is a false translation. It's not hand. You see what it is? It's really the palm of the hand. You see how the more detail as we study right here. So neither, right? It says wherewith the reaper, right, filleth not his hand. Or in the Hebrew sense, shelo, right, that which not mile kapo fills his hand, the kotzir, right? The kotzir, the kotzir. So the kotzir. Now the kotzir is the mower. Now the root word is katzar, katzar. So the katzar, katzar, katzar is the root sense. Like, it's an interesting word here. Remember the Hebrew, the Yehudi two truths of the ancient Afro-Shemitic. So as applied like in the katzar root, the verb root, it can be like one is short in a sense of impatient, or even how impatience leads to vexation. Impatience and vexation leads to grief, right? This is interesting because this word is used in connection with the Bnei Yisrael, the Ivrim, Ha-Ivrim, the Hebrews, right, in Mizraim, right? It says that, like because of shortness of breath, right? It literally in the Hebrew, but it can be the same thing as a katzar, because that's the same root word it uses there, right? Like they were like kind of worn out, shortness of breath. I think it says that when Moshe came to them and, at different times, because of all they've been going through. Remember, they've been experiencing, this captivity. And in this captivity, right, there's that victim. If you're in captivity, you're definitely a victim, no matter what you want to think of yourself, but you're under somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So you may be strong, a manly man, whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? But you under someone else. So, though one may avoid it, there is that soul aspect, the psychological aspect. But this is not used in that sense, right? So the Hebrew words and Afro-Shemitic words, they tend to have like a two truths, right? When we say two truths, right, we're speaking of like a twofold sense that means the same thing in its root sense, but it can be applied like almost like to like an outer type, like maybe even a natural type, or it may be applied in a kind of figurative sense. So the short, impatient, vexed, grieved, that's like in a kind of a figure, so to speak, of speech, but in the actual kind of like agricultural sense, you see where it says katzar. So the katzar. So the katzar literally means like he reaped, right? Or to reap, he reaped, right? He harvested, katzar. But then now in the Hebrew build, when we say kotzer, 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 kotzer. When we say kotzer, right, we're saying the reaper, right? The kotzer. So just to bring out the build on this verse here, shelo mile kapo kotzer, where chitzno me amir, where and chitzno. So the chitzno, to say chitzno is to say his bosom. This is from the word chetzen, right? So we have chetzen, right? Or chetzen. In some pronunciation, chetzen. This is like the bosom, right? The bosom of a garment, right? Chetzen, right? And to say like his bosom, right? Chitzno, right? Oh, chitzno, his bosom, right? Or the chetzen oto, to say, if you want to say it long, chetzen oto, the bosom oto, like him, to say like imply his bosom, right? Or chitzno, right? His bosom, right? The bosom of the garment, right? What does he do? It says me amir. So here we have, this is just to point out something interesting, these two verses 7 and verse 8, right? And why in our study of the biblical, what's called biblical Hebrew, the Yehudit, this is very important. See what it says, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom, right? So here, this part of the verse right here is brought out as wechitzno, and his bosom me amir, and his bosom he like binds, me amir. So the me amir, right? This word, look at this word in the twofold sense, right? In the first sense right here, we have to bind sheaves, to gather. So now most ones and ones know Hebraically, Judaically, there's what we call the counting of the Omer. So after the first fruits, right, I think that's roughly Leviticus chapter 23, around about verse 11. That corresponds also to that resurrection day of Moshiach, right? Within the order and within the pattern, recognition, prophetic fulfillment, right? In the time of the crucifixion, on the morrow after the Shabbat, then they had to bring forth like the first fruits. And Moshiach, he's the first fruit of those who aliyah, who make that rise, that ascent. You see, right? So right there, based on that right there, when it says that Yeshua is the first fruits, right? So those who recognize that what happened in that time, one time for all time, fulfilled, right? The Torah, right? The Torah pattern and the Torah sign, right? Thus, Yeshua HaMoshiach. He is HaMoshiach. He is that Messiah, that Messiah, Messiahs, that Messiah according to the prophecy, fulfilling those things. So here, speaking about the buying of sheep. So then from that day, right, we begin the count of 7 Shabbats complete till we get to the Feast of Weeks. So Shavua is a week, and Shavuot is weeks. Shavua, week, Shavuot, weeks, right? So we count those 7 weeks, and on the morrow after the Shabbat, like with the first fruits, when we have the first fruits brought, that's the day that Moshiach, right? The morrow after the Sabbath is the first day of the week. They call it Sunday, just to over that right there according to time. You know what I mean? So right here, it can be in the agricultural sense to bind sheaves to gather. You know, when you have the sheaves, the wheat is growing and you grab it and you have to pull it together and bind it. You know what I mean? In the secondary sense, the Amar. So here we have Amar. Amar. If you notice the Hebrew, it has the Ain. It has a different, the English just has the A, right? But in some phonetical things, they sometimes use the forward and the backward, what they call it, apostrophe, right, before the A, right? People don't pay attention to it, and to many people's linguistic hurt, you don't pay attention to it. But there's like the forward, right, sort of apostrophe, right, right, that would make it Aleph before A, right, Amar, right? And then here we have Amar, 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 Amar. Like when they say Gaza in the Hebrew, it's actually Azah, Azah. It's actually Azah. In the Hebrew, Azah, right? In the Afro-Shemitic languages, Azah. But because the sound is so guttural, non-Afro-Shemitic speakers, the best way they can approximate the sound is to add something like a G or GH. Gaza, 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 Gaza. Because, when we say Amar, Amar, if you say it really, Afro-Shemitically, it can be a deep sound. And it's like most other languages have lost that, kind of inflection, of the original, we can say like the God speech, so to speak. But anyway, we have Amar here. Now, Amar here means in the first sense to bind sheaves. And then it says in a secondary sense to manipulate, to deal tyrannically with. Think about it for a moment. When somebody's taking sheaves in the field that are growing and they are trying to bind them all together, don't they have to, in a sense, manipulate it? Don't they have to deal hard with it? To take those sheaves as they grow, to bind them all together so you can take them to the barn, you can rework them as you need to, right? But in a sense, when this is applied like to people, so we're going to treat people like sheaves of wheat, right? On this level, it can also, in the heat pa'el sense, in the more emphatic sense of the Hebrew, the Yehudi build of the linguistic, the language, the Afro-Shemitic language, it can bring out the sense of to treat, right, as a servant or enslaved, treat as a bond person. You handle them roughly, like one would handle like sheaves of wheat and everything when they're binding, binding these things up in the field, right? So in the heat pa'el sense, right? The heat pa'el sense, right? So right here, right? Heat pa'el, right? Hita Amer, Hita Amer, like something like Hita Amer would be that more of that sense, Hita Amer, right? To heap, the sense of heaping, right? But in the figurative use of the same word, Amar can be used like to chastise. It's as if piling blows, like piling blows on somebody, bang, 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 bang. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody getting like jumped, in a sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, on that level, right? But so you can understand the sense, even when you're trying to pack in those sheaves of wheat and crops, some of them, you know what I mean? It's like you have to use some strength so you can kind of get them in nice bundles. Right? How you think the bundles happen? The sheaves don't do it by themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's the sense of gathering grain. And in a more infinitive sense is to make merchandise, because the grain, right, and what came in, your income, the income, get what I'm saying here? I'm talking about real world income, right? That income that even makes other income, right? So think about it with the food products, the food crops, right, and the animal products, right. But here speaking about the sheaves. So the sheaves, of course, later on they will go to market, or they'll get broken down, right, into wheat. Then you have wheat like for flour, the offering and the eating. You know what I'm saying? So you can see the connection there. But my whole point in going here to the Amar is to bring out the hard and soft sounds in the ancient, mhm, and the proper Afro-Shemitic enunciation. Here we have Amar, Amar. Right now, of course, today we don't expect everybody to really be able to enunciate those sounds easily, but still, just to give you a kind of a hear in your ear, right? Because here, some might read this as Amar. They say, "Oh, this is Amar." Yeah, if you're just reading the English, we get it, right? But really, more correctly, it's Amar, 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 right? Amar, right? Now, why is that important? So you see in this verse right here, this is the word for sheaves, right? Amar, right? And like to bind sheaves, to make sheaves. Let's go to verse 8. Verse 8, right? Verse 8, it says right here in verse 8, where are we at? Okay, here we go right here. In verse 8, it says, Willo Amru, Willo, Velo Amru, Willo Amru, right? So what is Willo? Velo, modern Hebrew, and not Willo, and not Willo, and not, right? It says Willo, right? Amru. So here's it says, neither do they which go by say. The Hebrew order of words is neither do they say, the go-abayers, the ones who go by, right? So the Hebrew order of words is different. With lo amru ha obrim. With lo amru ha obrim. With lo amru ha obrim. So I just emphasize the ayin there, because that's the abar, like in the Hebrew. Ivri, right? So here, it says, neither do they that go by, or they don't amar. So you see amar here? So if you look at it here and you look at it there, you might say, oh, wow, this is the same word. No, it's similar. It is similar. Even the transliteration points it out that it's similar, right? And the word we just showed you in verse 6 for sheaves, binding sheaves, amar. That was amar, amar. This is amar. This is amar, amar, amar. Light, a, amar. Right? The other is heavy, a, amar, 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 amar. Right? Like we say, omer. So, for example, in Hebrew, Omer, right? Right, like the Omer, right? A speaker, somebody who speak. Why Yomer? And he said, right? And then we have the Omer. Omer is the sheaf of wheat, the Omer. So the counting of the Omer for those 50 days, right? To get to the Feast of Weeks, so the harvest, the Chag HaShabuot. You see the connection? So from an English, it might look the same. So this is just a little example of the hard and softs here, looking at the Aleph, right? Soft A, right? To keep it simple, right? Soft A and hard A, right? Between the Amar, right? Willo Amar, and the Ain, the hard A. In fact, we have it in this verse right here. This verse right here. Neither do they which go by say. Let's bring it out in the Hebrew. These three words here, right? These three words right there, right? Willo amru, ha obrim, obrim. It's oh. It's a hard A. That's just how it goes. You know what I mean? Because neglecting that would be like it says in the Brit Chadasha, if a trumpet gives an uncertain sound. Like, how does anybody know what to do? Was that the right blast? Was that the, it sounded like, no, it sounded like this, and we're all confused whether that was, did he say Amar? Do you mean Amar in that sense? right? Or did he mean Amar, Amar, right? Did he say Amar or Amar, right? Did he say, did he says Omer, Omer, right? Or did he said Omer, right? Which one? You know, confusion can come in, right? And we know that Yahweh Eloheinu is not the author of confusion. That's man and misunderstanding or not studying to shoot himself approved. So right here, this verse here says, Willow amru ha obrim, right? And those who pass by the obrim ha obrim, right? The obrim. So ober, right, is like one who crosses over, like a pedestrian in a sense, right? Ha obrim, right? And come from the same root as when we say Ibrahim, Ibrahim, the Hebrews, the past of Abar, from the same root there, Abar, right? Ha obrim, right? Willow amru ha obrim. Birkat Yahweh. Birkat. So the blessing of Yahweh. This is what they don't say. Right? And why don't they say this? Right? As we mentioned before, learning this from Ruth. Now, Ruth is interesting because Ruth is connected with the harvest season. Right? The harvest season, what's known as Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks, aka also known as right Pentecost. So the 50th day in the Koine Greek and the synagogue Greek, speak, right? But in the Hebrew, the Chamishim Yom. Chamishim 50 Yom, 50th day, the 50th day. So right here we learn from Ruth in Ruth 2 and 4 that it was customary for a passerby to address a baraka, right? A what? A baraka. So here where it says the blessing here, the root word here is baraka, right? But to say the blessing of Yahweh in the biblical Hebrew, the berkat Yahweh, berkat, the blessing of Yahweh, is what we call in the Hebrew a constructive state, right? That means the first word, right, is like of. It has sense blessing, baraka, of, berkat Yahweh, right, of he who be who he be. So the root word baraka, baraka, or some might say bracha, right? Baracha. Somebody say baracha, right? Making the kaf a little softer, or just keeping the usual force. Baraka, right? Baraka, right? The baraka, right? Different dialects and accents, yes. So the blessing, the empowerment to prosper, right? A benediction, like bena, good, diction, word, a good word, a good saying, right? A benediction, a good saying, right? So people nowadays, nobody got any good saying. They have evil that curses. Nobody has no benediction, right? Good saying, right? Good diction, not really, but more of good saying, right? But it could be in some senses if you're into that good diction, right? By implication, prosperity, right? What's implied in the baraka is prosperity. Now it's interesting because the word blessing also sense of liberal that we have in the Hebrew scriptures, or the word pull, bereka, right? The bereka, right? So bereka is a pull. So baraka, bereka. So from the Hebrew, we see that there's a similarity in the word for blessing and pull, right? The bringing together, of waters and life, and that connection there. But in the general sense, it can be a present. Somebody give you a present that really increases you, right? Really prospers you, right? In other words, really blesses you. So from Ruth, concerning this verse right here, right, we learned that it was customary in Ruth chapter 2, verse 4. It was a custom, it was a part of the Hebrew roots and culture, right, for a passerby to address a baraka, right, to address a bracha, right, or a baraka, right, to the reapers. So, we're strolling along and we see the reapers out there in the field. The harvest is here, it's coming on, it's here, right? And we pass by and we will say something like, Barakat Yahweh, Elaykem, Elay, not Alay, not Alaykem. See, that's another point right there. If it was Alaykem, it will be up on you all. If it's Elaykem, it is two, Elaykem. It is two kem. Kem mean like you all in the usual construct of you all men, right? Mine Elayken, right? Elekenna, right? Kenna, right? Is more addressing like a group of women in a sense. But here it says, Berkat, Berkat, Yahweh Eleikem. The blessing of Yahweh be to you all. Right? So the way of saying blessing of Yahweh be to you all. Berkat Yahweh Eleikem. Berkat Yahweh Eleikem. Right? To you all. So you pass them by, and once that was the Hebrew, you say the righteous, culture. You know what I mean? The roots and the culture. Such as Yahweh be with you. Also, the ones who say Yahweh be with you, right? You know what I mean? May he be with you, right? Et tekem, Yahweh et tekem. He who be who he be, with you, right? Or with you all, or other ways of bringing that out. But because of the context of what we have here, right? Treating the Israelites as chattel, right? In the sense, right? And what they did to Moshiach, right? And how others also of the Messiah's people can testify to that same treatment, right? Even in a period of time that appears to be 400 years, right? But it says like 400 years that would be, and then is the judgment. Do you think we're in the judgment time now? But no baraka, no what? No baraka, no baraka, right? No blessing, no bracha, right? No barakat Elohim, no blessing of the Almighty, the Creator, can be invoked upon men and people who are engaged upon work of so malicious and evil, right? Evil a character, evil a character, right? And then it goes on right here, just to bring out this last part, just the power of the blessing, right? And this gives us a case in point in what case we would not, right, invoke such a baraka. But it tells us, based on what we would not say, right, to, in this case, to these or those, what we would say, right, to those who are credit worthy, right, trustworthy, faithworthy, truthworthy. Yeah? So it says, the blessing of Yahweh be, it says, upon you. That's false translation. It should be the blessing of Yahweh be to you all. Berkat Yahweh Eleikem. It's not Berkat Yahweh Aleikem. Aleikem. Right? I got to check. Maybe in the earlier audibles, could we say like Shalom Aleikem? Aleikem means peace be up on you all. Like the previous psalm, we had 125. The last words was what? Shalom al Yisrael. All, up on. Right? Aleikem. On you all, up upon you all. But Eleikem means to you all. Right? To you all. While Aleikem means up on you all, like from like above, almost like an umbrella, as we explained it before. But here, the second part is we bless you in the name of Yahweh. So it gives us a blessing here from Scripture, right? Where it says Barakanu, Barak Anu, Barakanu, right? Barakanu, right? Barakanu, right? We bless, Barak, bless, Anu, we, I and I bless, Barakanu. This is this part here, right? These are these words here. Let me highlight it for y'all, right? So there we go, right there. So it has a two-part, Berkat Yahweh Aleikem, be to you all. Berakanu, we bless. Anu, the suffix for like we here. Berakanu, we bless. Right? Like we are doing it now. Like it's kind of an active sense. Like berakanu, like we bless. Right? Etikem, you all. Etikem, right? Y'all, right? Bishem, in the name, right? Bishem, Yahweh, right? In the name of he who be, who he be, right? Barakanu etikem, Bishem Yahweh. Barakanu etikem, Bishem Yahweh. Barakanu etikem, Bishem Yahweh. So the full here, Berkat Yahweh Aleikem. Barakanu etikem, Bishem Yahweh. Here, this is the blessing. But as we mentioned in today's psalm, the context matters. But even though it's saying that we won't do it for these ones, it gives us, the blessing, to do for those who are worthy. What says tribute to whom tribute is due, honor to whom honor is due, baraka, blessing to whom blessing is due. Yes, sir. So right here, you know, we're going to segue right here. Oh, we want to share this right here. A little Sizzler Kalunji. We use the B-side of this tune, the world tune right here. Let's bring it out like this, and then we'll sum up with like that, right?
Rastafari is the Almighty. Ever live and never faithful, ever sure. And these are make war with the lamb, and the lamb shall overcome them, because he's king of things that can kill and tribe of Judah. Yeah, he's the origin of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Hey, yo. And now the people shall know that with Rastafari they shall no longer suffer. Love is all. The earth shall replenish for the better. And now the children shall behold the glory and goodness Rastafari have to offer. Seek ye first the kingdom of Selassie, and all will be added. The whole world shall see the Lamb upon his throne come fi conquer the beast, yeah. Then shall the people rejoice in the name of Rastafari and be meek. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The world shall see the Lamb upon his throne come fi conquer the beast, yeah. Then shall the children rejoice and war of his cease, hey. The leaders of the world derived that negligence began deceiving the people. After getting their anxious desire, they resort to doing evil. In a ill-mannered, unuseless fashion, they keep doing wrong, not considering life. With their nuclear ammunition, they destroy the nation, and that's not right. Rastaman says, whole world a go see the Lamb upon his throne come to conquer the beast, yeah. Then shall the people rejoice in the name of King Selassie and be meek. Oh yeah, the whole world shall see, yeah. The Lord upon the throne where I lose his seven seal. Oh, them the people shall rejoice and all war of resist.
Lion of Judah Society.
Them never know. Say a King Selassie rule the heart and the soul. Come listen words. Send my sons and my daughters from afar off, who call by my name and live by my words. Yeah, only love can save us. It was love that has made those fire fi burn down to blame us, yeah. We are receiving anointed. We come freedom united. Hey, it's a blessed I would do. Let Rastafari be crowned. Want to be old King Alpha and Black Queen Omega, who was sit up on the throne. Hey, then I say to myself, let the praises begin and let the trumpet sound. Rastafari then in the village Babylon go down. Oh yeah, go. Then the world shall see the Lamb upon his throne where I lose the seven sea. Them the people shall rejoice in Selassie and the earth shall be meek. Hey, hey, hey. The world shall see the Lamb upon his throne where you conquer the beast. Whoa. Then shall the children rejoice in the name of Emperor. I say,
Lion of Judah Society.
See the Lamb upon his throne may come fi conquer the beast, yeah. Then shall the people rejoice in the name of Rastafari and be meek. Aye, the world shall see the Lamb upon his
Lion
throne
of
may
Judah
come
society.
The people shall rejoice in Selassie and the
Psalm 129. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, may Israel now say. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, yet they have not prevailed against me. The plowers plowed upon my back, they made long their furrows. The Lord is righteous, he hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Let them all be confounded and turned back that hate Zion. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, which withereth afore it groweth up. Wherewith the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom. Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. We bless you in the name of the Lord.
מזמור קכ"ט, שיר המעלות. רבת צררוני מן נעורי, יאמרנה ישראל. רבת צררוני מן נעורי, גם לא יכלו לי. על גבי חרשו חורשים, האריכו למעניתם. אדוני צדיק קיצץ אבות רשעים. יבושו ויסוגו אחור כל שונאי ציון. יהיו כחציר גגות שקדמת שלף יבש, שלא מילא כפו קוצר וחצנו מעמר. ולא אמרו העוברים ברכת אדוני עליכם, ברכנו אתכם בשם אדוני.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, brothers and sisters. Psalm 129. Psalm 129, a sufferer's plea, both then and now. But what we learn about the baraka, the blessing right there, beautiful word right there, sealing up right here with this psalm right here, Barakat Yahweh Aleikem, Barakanu Etikem Bishem Yahweh. The blessing of he who he be to you all. Eleikem, Barakat Yahweh Eleikem, Barakanu, Barak Anu, we Anu, Barakanu, right? We bless, empowered to prosper, Etikem, all of yous, all of y'all. Barakanu Etikem, Bishem, in the Shem, in the name of Yahweh, in the name of he who he be. So right here, yes, God. Rastafari. So right here, we have this Torah reading and feeding. You know, the fourth day here, we talk about the two evenings, between the two evenings. And there's more in this psalm right here, but we've been on it for a moment. Been on the grind on this psalm right here. Hopefully some of the basics, 8 verses here. Beautiful psalm right here. Also connects with the times of Nehemiah, right, in its origination, but there's a kind of prophetic and a right now application. You know what I mean? Even for this time, right? Because even so with the 400 years, it didn't say that. It says 400 years it shall go on, right? But then it says, and also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Now the question is like, okay, will he judge? That means he's going to judge it like judge it how you think, how thinkest you when he says he shall judge. Remember Moshiach even said, think not such and such, and he tried to clarify that. So we have to take heed to how we hear, right? So after that there is a judgment, and then they shall come out, right? Then they shall come out with great substance, right? And definitely we live in a judgment time, right? Like every day is a judgment day. There's certain judgments going on. Like, yes, we know the great city is say within an hour, but I mean that just the great city is the only thing to get judged, right? We're in the judgment time within that second advent, the day of vengeance. But be that as it may, right there. Maybe we'll have a little opportunity to return to this right here, just maybe on the outro. But here, let's pick up with where we're at in our Torah reading and feeding right here. So here we are in the fifth book, beginning of the fifth book of the Torah, right? The fifth book of the Torah right here. Torah of Moshe, the book known as Deuteronomy, and Hebraically known as Devarim, the words. In fact, we touched on that in the previous podcast. Yeah, we went into a Rhema word there too. Got to check out the podcast, the broadcast, and see if we can. But I know it was connected, no doubt, with the psalm, right? Psalm 125. Yeah, the Ma'alot and the Aliyah, right there. But we'll touch on that. Let's first touch on this right here. Devarim, or called in kind of one enunciation, one dialect, Devarim, like a soft B, but more Afro-Semitically, right? Devarim, right? Devarim. We have, like, I think, one meme out there, so we need to start doing our memes using the Ivrit, right? And put the more proper pointing. Not according to what some call Ashan Kwadash. No. Because, when we line up the two, right, the present form is more accurate than the other one, and we hate to say that, but the truth, is an offense, but it's not a sin, right? But here, right, we have this Devarim. Let's bring it out right here, Devarim, right? So here we are we're going into the fifth day of the Shavua that the Gentiles in the world calls Thursday, the Thursday. So evening and morning, right? The dawning and then the day, right? Evening plus morning equals one day. In fact, I think I did that. Let me just see if I can share that. Did I show you that? Okay, yeah, this was on this one. Yeah, this is something I'm just practicing and learning right here. See, yeah, here we go. You see? Evening plus morning equals day, not morning plus day equals evening. Something to that effect there. Maybe we'll try, different kind of articulations, find what really is clearest right there. But that was just on the whole evening, right? Now, there's something very interesting, too, that we had touched on a little bit earlier in the previous podcast. We had went through before we had sealed up the podcast previous for the, there we go right there. See the Devarim? See what Devarim, the word, right? Getting into the first words of Devarim, but that had to be there. That one right there that just had come on a couple of moments ago. But here, no worries on that. Come forward again. Devarim, right? Devarim, some say, right? But more Afro-Semitically, right? Devarim, right there with the B right there. Devarim, right? There you go, right there. Just to give people a view of it, thank you very much. Right? Co-laborer, give thanks. Devarim, co-laborers as well. Yes. So here, let it roll. Oh, Deuteronomy. That's the name of Deuteronomy in the Hebrew. Devarim means words. Devarim words, right? But the sense of Deuteronomy doesn't really mean words, but it's taken from an area in the fifth book. In the fifth book, There's an expression that translates as the copy of this Torah, copy of the Torah, repetition of the Torah. In the Hebrew, it's the Mishnah, Mishnah, right? HaTorah, Mishnah, HaTorah, right? So the Mishnah, right? So before the other Mishnahs people may talk about, there was this Mishnah. And Mishnah basically means like a repetition, a sharpening, right? This word, this sense is also pointed to in the Shema, where it says, you shall teach them diligently, right? But the Hebrew sense, you shall like sharpen them. You shall whet, like you whet a sword and you keep going over it to sharpen the blade. It's in that sense, right? The Mishnah, repetition, right, of the Torah, right? As repetition is vital, right, in learning something, right? You have to go over and over again, like an exercise, like working out, right? But here, Deuteronomy summary, right? So the fifth book of Moshe, that's known as Deuteronomy. Deutero, like to say repeat it. Some say second law, or Deutero, repeat of the nomos, right? Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomos, right? Repetition of the nomos. That was the way the Hebrew Mishnah HaTorah Hazot, right, is brought out, right, within the Koine Greek, the LXX. Anyway, introduction here, content. So what's the content that we have here? The arrangement. How's it arranged? What's the character? Right? We say Christ and his kingly character, but what's the character? Right? What's the character of Deuteronomy? What's the character of Devarim? What's the character of the word? Ele ha Devarim. Right? The fifth book of Moshe, right, is headed, right, Ele ha Devarim. All right. Now, those who can read the Hebrew, you might note that it looks like I'm reading the Hebrew backward. It's not really backward, but the way that they, like, when they take the Hebrew, could the Hebrew go from left to right? Right. I mean, from right to left, and the English from left to right, it gets spun around. So the first words is actually Eile HaDevarim. So I'm like you're reading the English, first word, second word, but that's not the proper way in the Hebrew. But that's just how, these little glitches or what have you, right? But the point is that the beginning of the book is, these are the words. Eile, these, hadibarim. These are the words, the matters, the business, right? To say like the words, the matters, the business, right? But also chiefly it points to the words of the covenant, right? The divrei ha-berit. The berit is the covenant, berit. And this being with the 10 words, right? And here in Deuteronomy, we get a repetition, as it were, of the law. And it's interesting to look at the 10 words, some of the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments. I think we went through that. Yeah, right? Falsely called the 10 commandments. So right here is breaking down or briefly as Devarim. So here, this book from a Hebraic perspective is known as, that's it there, unpointed, Devarim, right? In the Hebrew Bibles, from the opening words of the book, right? And what's the opening words of the book? The opening words of the book, right? The fifth book, Deuteronomy, in the Hebrew is Eile, right? Eile ha-debarim, right? Eile, these, ha-debarim, the words, right? And it's called, right here, this is the next thing that we just mentioned, the Mishnah HaTorah, right? Mishnah HaTorah, or repetition, legis, like in the Latin. I can remember things went from the Hebrew into the Koine Greek, and then from the Greek into the Latin. You have to over that, right? Repetition, legis, right? So in the Latin, say repetition, legis, or merely Mishnah, right? By the Hellenistic Yehudim, Ha-Yehudim, the Hellenistic Jews, or the really, when we look at the Hellenistic ones, those are really a lot of the ones even during the apocryphal books. Remember Maccabees and all that, right? But of course, there were many that took it too far, right? And some of the rabbins, the Rebbanim in the Hebrew, the rabbins, like the scholars of Torah, that later on would be called like rabbis, right? With special reference to its content, right? As described in Deuteronomy 17:18. So here is where it actually gives us what we were kind of pointing to, right? Let's get the English here, right? KJV, it says, and it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne. What's going on here? This is when Yisrael shall have a king. Right? When Israel would have a king, this is the Torah. This is the direction, instruction, right, of what that king will do, right, as well as giving the prescription for the king, right, and of course certain limitations, right. And it shall be when he sitteth, when he do what? When he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, right? So the context, when you get to the top of the section in Deuteronomy chapter 17, you'll see what the context is. Is as we told you, basically that this is when Israel shall have kings. So from the time that this was given, it would almost be, right, how many hundreds of years? Right, let's see, 12. It would almost be 200 to 300 years, right, roughly 200 to 300 years, right, before they had their first king. Of course, Solomon built his temple roughly like 400 something years after, right, the wilderness experience, right. That's how we can kind of, line up time, you know, based on, sorry about that right there, based on the narrative. So here it says this right here. Hold on, right? That it shall be, so it shall come to pass, right? This is how important this particular fifth book is. And yes, we had alluded in the previous that, yeah, there's a lot of kind of like theories out there on this and that. And we kind of bust some of that down in the previous podcast, but here to bust down some more, right, and build up, right? And it shall be when he. So when Israel decides, we need to have a king because all around us is people who got kings, right? And this is what led to King Saul, right? This is actually what led up to King Saul, and after King Saul, we get King David, and after David, we get the Ben David, we get Shlomo, right? We get Solomon after, right? But beginning off, instructions hundreds of years before was given, right, as to what would be the Torah. What is the direction, instruction, peculiar direction, instruction concerning kings? And it says here, and it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law, right, in a book, a copy of this Torah in a book. Now, that's why on our previous podcast in this Shavua, right, the spirit of truth and the Irit led me to go into them Hark versions, right, and them Hark Bible, His Majesty, the elect of God, the anointed King on the throne of David, his Mekdem, right, the forward, the preface, right, and we spend some time, right, there, and I think it's very edifying, and we hope that some of the co-laboring Chabarim, we can get to some chop and edit work, because there's a full, but there's some sections there that are edifying, you know what I mean? Recognizing, sometimes little shorts or, small segments, and just point ones to the full for the more the fullness. But here it says that he shall write him a copy. A what? A copy. This is where the word Mishnah comes in, a copy. Well, let's show you this right here. Right, we can show you a copy. You see Mishnah, right? We have Mishnah, right? A copy, a double, a copy, or second, or the sense of repetition. So when we say Mishnah HaTorah, right? The double Torah, the copy of the Torah, the second. Yeah, but more in the sense of like a repetition, right? The repetition of the Torah. Remember that we were speaking on this Devarim, Deuteronomy, and emphasizing there's the whole wilderness experience of this generation of Israelites forefathers. Remember, the generation that was able to go in, they did not have the same captivity, and therefore they didn't have the same victimization mentality. They didn't have that same, in captivity, right? Even the strongest ones, some things might be challenging to work out. I mean, think about it. We have Caleb and Yehoshua. They survived because, speaking of Caleb, he had a different ruach, right? He had a different spirit, right, than the others, you know what I mean? So he was able to run through that fire, so to speak, you know what I'm saying? And Yahweh commends, he commends that. He calls him out by name, right? He's expressed, by his name, by Yahweh, right? So here in the sense of the Mishnah is like a copy, and in a sense it can be a copy, but then we get to the root sense of the word as it's used elsewhere, Shana is to do, to repeat again, right? Like in study, Mishnah, right? To study, Mishnah, to duplicate, right? To study, right? So this word here is a very interesting word, right? According to the way, the truth, and the life, as Moshe says, that ye worship that which you know not, like others, but we are to, know what we worship for, what I mean, for salvation of Ha Yehudim. So the Yehudi, they understood this, right? The Judahites, right? Before even Moshe, Yeshua was born, there's a few that still, hey, that's interesting. Another way that Yeshua is like to Moshe. Just something came to mind. Some might have already thought about it, but notice that in Moshe here, like 40 years later, the whole generation, the warriors, them dead up, them gone. The fathers are gone, the one that came out like out of Mitzrayim. But now out of Mizraim, right, they dead in the wilderness 40 years, and their children come up in their stead. And we can see a marked difference between those who came out of the captivity and had like this strong captive and victim mentality, right? In spite of Yahweh showing them the victory, they still had this victimization thing. But their children born in the wilderness, they didn't have that there, and they were able to do what their forefathers were not, and they're on the edge to get into the promised land right here in the narrative. But notice who was there with Moshe, right, at this particular point. There was Caleb, right, and Yehoshua, right? Notice among the so-called the scholars of Torah that in the later time referred to as the rabbis, like the rabbin, right, and Yeshua also a rabbi, but for us he's the rabbi of rabbis. Yes, Rastafari. You know what I mean? That notice that most of them were against Moshiach, right? It's almost like many of them that were against Moshe. You see, right? But yet there were two that we can point to in the scripture. There was Joseph. Well, first there was Nicodemus in the order of the scripts. There was Nicodemus, right? Nicodemus. When Yeshua said to him, and you being a like Rabban, you being like a rabbi, like a great man, a scholar of Torah, you don't know these things, right? But he was one of the good, you could say, Pharisees, right? The good rabbis. And then you had the other one, right, Joseph of Arimathea, right, that got the habeas corpus and put Moshiach in his own sepulcher, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's where everything else manifested from there, right? And then there's some stories that he might have sailed to Britannia, right, to Britain. These places were known in early centuries time, the tin place they got tin from. But anyway, that's a whole other line of reasoning there, right? But here, notice what it says right here. It says that he shall write him a copy of this law. So it's a Mishnah HaTorah Hazot. Mishnah, copy or repetition, HaTorah, the Torah Hazot, this Torah, right? The Mishnah HaTorah Hazot, right? Write him a copy. This is how the translator KJV translates it, right? In a book, right? Out of, right? Before the priests, the Levites. So before the priests, who are the Levites, or the Levites who are the priests, right? Go to them. So we can tell here that they would be the custodians of the writing. So we see in the narrative, Moshe writes various things, right? Some things are put in the side of the ark and all of that, right? As we'll see later on when we come to Brit Chadasha, what it is that Yeshua actually did fulfill. You know what I'm saying? According to the scripture, according to the writ, according as it is written, according to what is written. So right here, we have those two good Pharisees, right? Think about it for a moment. Isn't it interesting? We had Nicodemus, right? And we had Joseph of Arimathea. With Moshe, this is another sign where Yeshua is likened to that Moshe, right? Even greater. Hebrews break it down there. You know what I mean? He's faithful. He was faithful in all his house. You know what I mean? But the person whose house it is, you know what I'm saying? You know, whose house is it? Right? So we have that there with Joshua and Caleb, right? Joshua, although one might say there's no significant role that we find overtly written in the new covenant sense, remember what they stood for right there. You know what I mean? That was a powerful testimony. You know what I mean? Even when Nicodemus said, "Yo, what's going on here? We don't have no trial at nighttime. In the nighttime, why are we having a trial at night?" You know, and they were like, "Oh yeah," they was like, saying, "Oh, you must be down with him and everything," because they knew, word gets around. Like, yeah, we saw Nicodemus, going to check, Yeshua, Adonai Yeshua, he went to check, so the word got around. But anyway, this is what the king will do, right? And it's interesting because we note this with the Amharic, the Emperor's Bible, the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible. We liken it to the King James Version in one respect, that when we look at all the kings that made any, let's say, Israelitish claims or any Judahitish claims, you know what I mean? As we have with these two particular kings, that they're the only two kings that we have that authorize for and like official translation, right, of the ancient scriptures for the edification, the spiritual edification of their people, right? This is something that we know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Right? So King James in 1611, and then the King of Kings, Imam Haile Selassie, the elect of God, right? This man was born there with Ethiopia. We have that, right, in 1961. And, 1611, 1 and 1961, 6-1. You can go there, right? But just don't point that out. But this is what it said that each king would do, that when they would have a king, that this is what their king would do. Right. So on this level, we see that only modern kings that had any, um, Davidic, Israelite, or Davidic claims, right, as a high and mighty prince, right, Yaakov, James is Jacob, Yaakov, right, and the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, that we see that one thing they fulfilled according to Torah, right, is this here. Right, this right here, yeah, yeah. This is to recognize, right? Another interesting study is see how many good kings of Israel there were, and how many good kings of Judah there were. It's just interesting, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying good because of Yahweh's his criterion, not I and I criteria, in his eye, right? Not our eyes. But here. So this part is kind of pointed to, right? And then it goes into a little more notes, right? We can get into some of these right here, but because of the time, right, that we have spent already, in this podcast, to keep it kind of tight and right here, go into the Aliyah for the, the Aliyah for the fourth day, right, and the fifth day together. The fourth was like kind of short, but here, the book of Deuteronomy contains not so much a recapitulation of things commanded and done as related in Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, but it's a compendium. It's like a compilation, and it's a summary, right? Going over it again, right? Mishnah HaTorah Hazot, right? Of the whole law, the whole Torah, and the wisdom. Here's the key thing: the wisdom, the chokmah, right? To the Hebrew Sophia, the wisdom of Amo Yisrael. It says in Deuteronomy, it says, "This is our wisdom, right? In the sight of all nations." All right, so we have to say, once lost, now found. In the sight of all nations, do we seem like a wise people? It's a question, right? Or does it seem like we have become, or we seem like a foolish people, right? Notice, what is our wisdom, right? When we talk about the greats of the bygone days, right? Our ancestors, the works of our ancestors from 1865 before, and even especially after 1865. You know what I'm saying? And we look at their great works. We see there was some commonality. I'm not saying that they were, quote, religious, right? But one thing that many of them were, right, was they sought to be really just, right? Really just and righteous. And what is it? Calling a spade, right? You know what I'm saying? So a compendium here in the Torah, right, and a summary of the whole Torah and the wisdom of Amo Yisrael, wherein those things that related to the priests and Levites are omitted. You see how that goes right there? Right? Something that pertain to the priests and the Levites here in this book, right, are omitted. Right? Only, right, and only such things, right, included as the people generally were required to know. That's what we have here in this book. Right? So the priests and the Levites is a whole book, basically, right? That's Leviticus, right there, right? So consequently, it is not merely a repetition and a summary of the most important Torot, the most important direction, instruction, and events, right, contained in the previous books, right? Still, it's less a mere summons to the law and the testimony. It has that in there, but it's not just that, or a fresh and independent law giving, right, standing side by side with the early one. Some would try to play it and say, oh, look, there's a different word here, there's a different word there. And there are very logical and right in your face reasons for those differences, right? Hopefully we can touch on that, right? Right? A transformation, right, of the old law, right, to suit the altered circumstance. Some might say, oh, it's kind of a transformation, and you try to make these big differences. But this is where hopefully our study can come in. If you come across that in some of your studies, then definitely, share that at some Q&As, if ones who are on the WhatsApp and others that want to join the WhatsApp. We often say just drop a link to the email, Rastafari Jews, right? Rastafari, regular spelling together, right? Jews, Jews, yes, right? And say, hey, my name's so and so. I'd like to join the WhatsApp chat. Here's my number. Put me on, right? And from there, give thanks, right? So here it says, or this book is not just merely a second book of the law, intended for the people that knew not the law. Even though there's a repetition to the new generation, it's not just that. So some of this it contains, but it's not just that. It's not only that, right? But it's a oratory, like oration, or oratory description, explanation, and enforcement of the most essential content, the essential, the essence, the essential content of the covenant relation. What is the covenant? Besides the covenant, the holy covenant, new covenant. Well, okay, the covenant, what's the relation? How does it relate? How do we relate? What's the covenant Torah? What are the direction instructions, right, of the covenant, right? With emphatic prominence given to the spiritual, right? Given to the what? The spiritual principle of HaTorah, the spiritual principle of the direction, instruction, the law, and its fulfillment, and with a further development of the ecclesiastical. So now we say ecclesiastical, might look like a big word, but those who are called out in a new covenant sense, the ecclesia, out kalio, out called, ecclesia, out called. This is where we get the true church, right? In the professing church, those are called out. So it's how those who are called out, right, and into Moshiach's way, how would they order themselves, right? So ecclesiastical can mean like churchical in that sense, judicial, political, and the civic organization. All this is there, right? See, this is our wisdom. If we had better grounding in this, then so many of these kind of schemes and conspiracies, right, of the Gentiles, framing mischief by law, we would have, our leaders and the people would have seen these things and avoided them. But be it as it may, all these things were written for our admonition, upon whom have come the ends of the world. Right? That was intended as a permanent foundation for the life, the liberty, and the well-being, right, of the people in the land of Canaan, in that Afro-Canaanite land. All right, so right there, we're going to pause the cause there. Maybe we can seek to pick up with more in the Shabua, but just because of time, where we're at right here. So let's bring this up right here. Give me one moment. All right, let me just go here. Where are we right here? I think we're still in chapter 1, right? Still in chapter 1, or have we crossed over to chapter 2? All right, let's bring this up, the lojs.org site. Here we go right here. So for the 4th and the 5th reading, right? So the 4th day, already the day that has passed, the Wednesday, right? Those are the Wednesday podcast, but here, the evening. This is the between the evenings. Yeah, maybe we call it between the evening service. You know what I'm saying? Right here, we have the 4th reading, Deuteronomy chapter 1, verses 39 to chapter 2, verse 1. So we just crossed over to chapter 2. And then we have the 5th reading, Deuteronomy chapter 2, right? Focus verses 2 to 30. Let's just do here to get a quick overview right here. Going to the Wikipedia page, it has some basic notes, information. And if you read, then you can see where things are different. And then, you can study to show yourself approved. The 5th reading, we already touched on the 4th, but here, looking forward to the day to come, the reading, the Medi. In the 5th reading, Yahweh then told Moshe, Jehovah told Moshe, that they had been skirting the hill country long enough and should now turn north. Right? So it's like Yahweh was saying that, you're going around and around, you're going around and around this area long enough. Like hit the road, go straight, right? So Yahweh instructed that the people should be passing through the territory of their kinsmen, the descendants of Esau, right, in Seir or Seir, right, in Seir, right, in Har Seir, in Mount Seir, and that the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, should be very careful not to provoke them, and should purchase what food and water, right, what food and water they ate and drank. For Yahweh, for Elohim, would not give the Bnei Yisrael any of their land. Right? So we see this right here that Yahweh, right, even told the Israelites, listen, your brethren, Esau, there's Esau. Now notice at this point, Esau was already established in his land. You see that? Brother Esau's already established in his land. He had his country and everything. Remember, he refused for Israel to pass through. Right? He refused, right? But then Yahweh says, well, don't provoke him. Don't provoke Esau, right? Don't provoke Esau, right? And purchase whatever food or water you ate or drank. So I guess, water, people were paying for water, right? Look at that. So people never had to pay for water. Be careful when you say never, never, right? If you have not studied and found it ever, ever, right? Right? But Yahweh says this. He says that he would not give the Israelites, right, any of the land of Esau, right? There's an interesting connection because we see that the Edomites were there also in Mitzrayim too. All right, I'm not talking about the white Edomites that some of the ones who say. I'm talking about the more melanated ones. Check. But anyway, so the Israelites moved on, right, away from the descendants of Esau, right. And see, this that happens here is a big part that you see in the prophecy later on, right. What happens here, right, and even previous to when they ask Esau, let us like go through your land. Moshe is giving them a recount, a kind of summary, right here, right. So the Israelites moved on. Lord, got to keep on moving, right, away from the descendants of Esau, right, and march on in the direction of the wilderness of Moab. But here's the interesting thing, that in the latter days, when there's truly that generation, it's going to be different, right? I think was it Malachi, or was it Obadiah? I think it's Obadiah and some of the prophets that says how the children of Israel will go up, right, and take those mountains, right? So understand, kind of, we'll get into more details. Don't want to be too brief here, right, on that right there, right? But here they move away. They go their kind of separate ways. But then in the prophecy, right, there is exactly what we have even today. amongst those who say they are Israelites or those who say they are Jews. You know what I'm saying? And it's inevitable, right? It's the prophecy, right? The second closed portion, or what's known as the Setuma. So when you're looking at a Hebrew scroll, you can see where there's like almost like paragraphicals, right? So there's an open portion, like an open paragraph, and then the Setuma. Setuma is like the closed portion. So it ends in the middle of Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 8, when we get into the, which aliyah is it? The fifth aliyah. So Elohim told Moshe not to harass or provoke the Moabites, even after what the Moabites had did, in the previous in Numbers, right? For Elohim would not give the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, any of their land. So look at that too. Right? Even though we know that the Moabites, they hired Balaam to curse, but then that curse turned into a bracha, a blessing, right? So notice we don't get any of Esau's land. We don't get none of the Moabite land. They are related, yes, right? They are related, but we can almost say, so what? Right? I mean, yeah, they're related because people they think of their Western Gentile view. Oh, they're related, all family. Yeah, but look at the hypocrisy. Sometimes people don't get along with their families, and sometimes for good and righteous reasons, right? Right? Would not give the Bnei Yisrael any of their land, having assigned it as a possession to the descendants of Lot. So what it clearly shows us in this upcoming aliyah to here, right here, is that even though, right, they were family, Yahweh is the one who has established even the children of Esau. Notice this right here, in the land, and as well as the Moabites. Even though on the ground there are some mixed up moods and attitudes and hostilities, right? He did command the children of Israel to take vengeance on Midian, right? Go cold Medina earlier on, right? But not against Esau. Remember Esau? We asked Esau, can we pass through? And Esau came out with all his hosts and everything. And Yahweh told us to take the long way, the roundabout, So the Israelites, the Bnei Yisrael, they spent 38 years, right, traveling from Kadesh Barnea until they crossed what was called, like today, some say, the Wadi Zeret, right? And the whole generation of warriors. This is a very important point. Many I hear when they speak on these things, they never mention it. And it's a significant part of the narrative that there's a whole generation of warriors, right, that perished from the camp. You got to take that in for a moment right there. A whole generation of warriors, and I liken it to even, us as, from young men, right, to even maturity, like growing up, warrior, bad man, gunman, this man, that man, yeah. I'm not saying that they were not among the Bnei Yisrael. Yeah, no doubt they were. But remember, they were coming out of a situation of captivity. And now they're on the free, like they're on the plains, right? And then they have to measure up with these other nations, these other nationalities. You see what I'm saying? And the fathers that came out, plain and simple, they got scared, they got bummy, and they got rebellious. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to go back to Kemet, right? Or Mitzrayim, right? And they was about to be destroyed, but Moshe, he plea bargained for them, right? So right here, that whole generation of warriors, they perished from the camp. In fact, there's a specific word where it says, and none of the men of war, he was not pleased. Yahweh was not pleased with the warriors, right? So we have to think about it. Is Yahweh pleased with the bad man and the gunman and the warriors, even amongst our own people? Gang, remind me of 50 Cent. I don't think I have that clip up there. Wish I did have it up there. Right? Yeah, we don't have it up there. We don't gang, we don't gang bang. But if you do in trouble, right? That's what Yahweh was actually looking for, right? That sort of attitude. But there's a whole generation. He specifies a whole generation of warriors that would wander to death and perish from the camp, as right Yahweh, as Jehovah had sworn, as he had severed himself, to seven himself. The Hebrew sense of what they call the swear, right? Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 16, it concludes with the third closed portion. So the third closed portion, the third setuma, right? Or like a paragraphical, right? Now, a little bit more here before we get into just give an overview for the fifth reading. Then Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, he told Moshe that the Bnei Yisrael would be passing close to the Ammonites, right? The Ammon, right? Ben Ammon. But the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites, should not harass nor start a fight with them. Notice the specificity of the direction instruction. For Yahweh Elohim would not give the Bnei Yisrael any part of the Ammonites' land, having assigned it as a possession to the descendants of Lot. So what it says right here is that Yahweh, he assigned this even to the other nations, right? The other related nationalities. And I'll note that even among these nationalities that basically come from or are related to Abraham, that according to the narrative, according to the Torah and the scripture, it's Yahweh, Jehovah, who's assigning this, apportioning land. He's the landlord, right? Yeah, that's what it means. He's the landlord, Earth's rightful ruler, or the landlord, right? And how he apportions, right, to each. And he told the Israelites, listen, I'm not giving you none of the land. Don't you start a fight. Basically telling them, if you do it, I'm not going to be with you. And then it'll be like you are just like you as your fathers. And if you're like your fathers and they were not worthy, you'll be not worthy either, right? So it's a interesting point to get the warning here, right? Just a little bit more right here. So Yahweh, right, Jehovah, right, he instructed the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to set out across the Wadi Arnon, right, and to attack Sihon, Ha-Amori, until the iniquity of the Amorites, right, the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, and that's connected to 400 years. Did anybody get that? You know, they said 400 years, and nobody reads the rest or reads the context, right? But notice here that in the wilderness, right, they're told about the Edomites, don't trouble them, right? The Moabites, don't trouble the Ammonites, don't trouble. These are the children of Lot, right? Leave them alone, right? Leave your brother alone. Yeah, he has his ways. He's Esau. Okay, he's Edom. Yeah, but leave him alone, right? Right, but he says attack Sihon, the Ha-Amori. So remember in the Psalm, right? I mean in the Genesis chapter 15, the iniquity of the Amorites, right, is not yet full, right? And some have some theories about this, but just see the context of the connection. Attack Sihon, Ha-Amori, the sayer, right? You know, the publicist, Sihon the publicist, Sihon the publicist. See, Ha-Amori. See, if we were studying, we'll say, wait, in Genesis chapter 15, when it talks about 400 years, it says the iniquity of the Amorites, right? And of course, who are the Amorites? But more importantly, what does the Amorites mean? Right? Not the letter of the Lord, but the spirit, right? So what does Amorite mean? Ha-Amori mean the sayers, the publicists, right? You notice something, we call this like the Anglo-American. When we turn it up, we say the Anglo-Amorite, right? Or Amorican, right? The Amorite kin, right? The kin of the Amorite. Because they're the kin of the sayers. So, I mean, they were a mighty warrior tribe, but they also had the might of words. They had the might of words to say. They're the sayers. So the iniquity of the sayers. You know what I'm saying? Make America great again. USA, US, you know, in that sense of whatever they want to say. Right? Because we know that Yahweh Eloheinu, he has the final say. Right? So Yahweh, he instructs the Israelites, right, the Bnei Yisrael, to attack Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, right, and to occupy his land. Occupation. Can the landlord tell, right, potential tenants where to occupy? Is that in the right of a landlord, right, to say that this tenant, right, can occupy this land, drive out these tenants, and you can occupy in their stead? Yeah, we gotta get into that. Are the rabbis evil? Some will tell you, but then Yeshua's a rabbi. So what about that? Right? And we talk about the two good rabbis right there. You know what I mean? Just like Moshe had two, right? At least, right? So to occupy his land, right? The Amorite land, right? Interesting. Amorica. Oh, it's America? I thought it was Amor, right? Right? Amorica, right? Moshe sent messengers to King Sihon, right? With an offer of shalom. Now notice how Moshe is instructed to do this, because we learn wisdom here. It says the Torah is our chokmah, our wisdom. So Moshe, right? He sent messengers, right, to King Sihon with an offer of peace, shalom, asking for passage through his country. You know what I mean? Like, people, we got to get over here. Can you let us just pass through your country? You know what I mean? To be sure that we got women, children, cattle, can you do us that solid right there? Right? Promising, right, to keep strictly to the highway, or what some refer to as the King's Highway. It's the King's Highway. To keep to the highway, turning neither to the right nor to the left, and offering to purchase what food, like grain, and what water they would eat and drink. So here we see an ancient practice of buying water, right? You see that right there, buying water. But King Sihon, right? Sihon, he refused. Bad choice there, right? So notice the strategy here. Yahuwah said, all right, I want you to attack, right, Sihon ha-e-mori, right? But first I want you to, send him peace. That's why Yeshua said, think not I bring peace, like his peace is like the worldly peace, but he bring a sword, right? See the type, right? Even in the Brit HaYashana, the Old Testament, right, the Old Covenant right here. But King Sihon refused to allow the Bnei Yisrael to pass through, right? Because Elohim has stiffened his will, right? When it says like Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and people, I've been listening to sometimes people go through it, and some of them are very studious, but they don't really get into the Hebrew context, the real sense of hardening Pharaoh's heart, as we pointed out when we was in Exodus, is to encourage him. Like we say, chazak, right? Be strong. We need chazek, and may we need chazek, right? May we strengthen, encourage one another. Need chazek, right? May we strengthen, encourage one another, right? So both mean to be strong, and also mean to be encouraged. So sometimes you try to warn a fool, and the fool don't want to be warned. You say, go ahead, do it. Yeah, you can do it. Go ahead. That's the sense of to encourage, right? So when it says stiffen his will, like encouraged him, right? Since he was on a bad mind endeavor, all right, just want to demonstrate something to his children, right? The children of Yisrael, and harden his heart, right? Right? In order to deliver him to the Bnei Yisrael. Since he's already inclined that way, you're going to try to, convince one who has given, no, go full tilt, right? Go full tilt, right? And, Yahuwah's sword, the sword of Israel, right, will hold them to the hilt, right? The hilt of the sword is like, you push it all the way through, right? It's a through and through. You know what I'm saying? On that level right there. So the fifth reading, it ends here, right, with the end of the fourth closed portion, right, the paragraphical, or what is known as the Setuma. So here for Devarim, right, here we're going to pick up right here, just to share this right here, some of the quick notes right here, right, fourth reading, Deuteronomy chapter 1, right, verse 39 to 2 and 1, and then the fifth reading, Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 2 to verse 30. Over here, oh no, actually we have to go here, back it up one page. There we go, right there. They're there, the fourth and fifth reading, right, brothers and sisters, from this Deuteronomy, right?
Lion of Judah
Right.
Society.
HaTorah. So we have the Mishnah, HaTorah, new book here, and
Chazak, we need chazek. Be strong, make I and I be encouraged. This is what is said whenever we conclude, fulfill a book of Torah. We say chazak, be strong, chazak, be strong, we need chazek. And may I and I be strengthened. Yes, I. Melkam Ehud, Shavua Tov. Blessed first day, Melkam Ehud. Shavua, the 7, the sabbatical strong, Tov. Good. Tawab. Yes, I. Rastafari. Shalom. 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 Shalom.
Yeah. That was a little audible clip
Shalom.
right there. After we fulfill the book, that word sound there, but also that encouragement. Chazak, chazak. Be strong, be encouraged. So right here, Shema Yisrael.
Here, Shema Yisrael. Here. Give ear right here for the Rabbi, Aliyah. The fourth reading and offering up, Aliyah, for this Shabbat Devarim, Sabbath words, the words. These are the words. With Tapkem Asher Maritem Lavaza Yihye Ua Benekem Asher Loa Yadua Hayom Toba Wa Ra'a Heima Yabo Ua Shamma Willahema Etanenah with Hema Yirashuha. Here for the Rabbi, the fourth offering up, Aliyah reading for this Shabbat Devarim. Here picking up with Deuteronomy chapter 1, here at verse 39 for the Rabbi Aliyah. Moreover, your little ones, which y'all said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good or evil, they shall go in thither, and to them will I give her, and they shall possess her. But as for you, turn you and take your journey into the Midbar, into the wilderness by the way of the Yam Suf, by the way of the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds, the Etera Bahir, the Eritrean Sea. Then ye y'all answered and said to I and I have sinned, have up against the Yahweh Jehovah. We will go up and fight according to all that Yahweh Eloheinu, that Jehovah, I and I Elohim, commanded us. And when ye y'all had girded on every man his weapons of war, ye y'all were ready to go up into the hill. And Yahweh Jehovah said to I, say to them, go not up, Aliyah, not up, go not up, neither fight. For I am not among you, lest ye y'all be smitten before your enemies. So I spake to you, and ye y'all would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh of Jehovah, and went presumptuously up into the hill. And the Amorites, which dwelt in that mountain, came out against you and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even to Hormah. And ye y'all returned and wept lifnei Yahweh before Jehovah. But Jehovah would not hearken to your voice, your voka, nor give ear to you. So y'all abode in Kadesh many days, according to the days that ye y'all abode. They are. Shema Yisrael, Rastafari Hoy, Shema, hear. Fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy, chapter 2. The wanderings and conflicts of the wilderness, of the Midbar. Then I and I turned and took our I and I journey into the wilderness by the way of the Yam Suf, the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds, Etera Bahir, the Eritrean Sea, as Jehovah spake to I. And I and I compassed Mount Seir many day. And Shema, here, give ear right here for the Hamishi Aliyah, the fifth reading, the fifth Aliyah offering up, Anaphora up offering, here for this Shabbat Devarim, Sabbath words, the words. Here picking up the fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 2, at verse 2 for the Hamishi Aliyah. Wayo Maria wa Elia Lemor. And Jehovah spake to me, spake to I, Lemor, saying, Rava lakem sova eta hahar hazeh, benua lakem zafonna. Ye y'all have compassed this mountain long enough. Rava lakem sova eta hahar hazeh. Turn you northward. Benu lakem zafonna. And command thou the people, Lemor, saying, Ye y'all are to pass through the coast of your brethren, the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir and Seir, and they shall be afraid of you. Take y'all good heed to yourselves, therefore. Meddle not with them, for I will not give you of their land, no, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. Ye, y'all, shall buy food of them for money, that ye, y'all, may eat, and ye, y'all, shall also buy water of them for money, that ye, y'all, may drink. For Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, hath blessed thee in all the works of thy hand. He knoweth thy walking through, thy trotting through this great wilderness. These 40 years, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, hath been with thee. Thou hast lacked nothing. And when we pass by from our brethren, the children of Esau, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elat and from Ezion Gaber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And Yahweh Jehovah said to I, distress not the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give thee of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for a possession. The Emims dwelt therein in times past, a great people, and many and tall as the Anakim, which also were accounted giants, Nephilim, as the Anakims. But the Moabites call them Emims, and the Horims also dwelt in Seir before time. But the children of Esau succeeded them, when they had destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead, as Yisrael did to the land of his possession, which Yahweh Jehovah gave to them. Now, rise up, said I, and get you over the brook Zered. And I went over the brook Zered. And the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war, the warriors, the men of war, were wasted out from among the hosts, as Jehovah swore to them. For indeed, the hand of Yahweh of Jehovah was against them, to destroy them from among the hosts, until they were consumed. So it came to pass, when all the men of war, the warriors, the men of war, were consumed and dead from among Ha'am, the people, that Yahweh spake to I, Lemor, saying, Thou, the I, art to pass over through Ar, the coast of Moab, this day. And when thou comest near over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them. For I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. That also was accounted a land of giants, Nephilim. Giants, Nephilim dwelt therein in old time. And the Ammonites call them Zamzumims. A people great and many, and tall as Anakims. But Yahweh Jehovah destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead. as he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horims from before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead, even to this day. And the Avims, which dwelt in Hazarim, even to Azah, the Kaphtorims, which came forth of Kaphtor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Rise you up, take your journey, and pass over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into thine hand Sihon, Himori, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle, in Baca. This day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the fear of thee upon the nations, the Goyim, the international community that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear report of thee, and shall tremble and be in anguish because of thee. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Edomot to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, let me make I pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn to the right hand nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me meal, food for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only I will pass through on my feet. As the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and the Moabites, which dwell in Ar, did to me, did to I, until I shall pass over Yarden, Jordan, into the land which Yahweh Eloheinu, with Jehovah Ayinai Elohim give Ayinai. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let Ayinai pass by him. For Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as pertaineth this day.
Yes. Interesting. This fifth aliyah right here, very, very interesting. And this fifth aliyah, are we really getting what the fifth aliyah says? Let me look at the time right here. Don't want to push it. Okay, yeah. I want to bring this to a fulfillment right here. You know, been on for a couple of hours right now, but this fifth aliyah here, Devarim, the instructions. You know, if you say, okay, they want to know God, or what is God like? Well, the God, the true God, the God of Yisrael, Yahweh Elohei Yisrael, here in this fifth aliyah is kind of interesting concerning the land. And also it's very interesting because each of these related peoples, you know, some relation, of course, there, you know, related peoples, Esau, you know, Yisrael's brother, right? Then we have we have the Moabites, right? We have the Ammonites, right? But then kind of differently, we have the Amorites, you know, and then the instruction that he's giving right here. So when we pick up the sixth aliyah, right, it will speak about how Sihon was defeated. There's a few things we want just to go over since we have made mention. Excuse me. So one thing was this right here. Let's see if we can bring this out right here and look at the key words, right, about the harden. Because some say, why would God? Okay, here, this is the kasha sense. So here, harden is the kasha sense. Let's bring this out. So the harden here is the kasha, right, to make hard, severe, harsh, difficult. You know what I mean? In other words, remember what it says concerning Yahweh, I think it's Psalm 18. With a merciful man, for example, he would show himself merciful. Like this kind of deuces factor, right? If a froward man, he will be froward. You know what I mean? Like to like. You know what I mean? This is something that we call Hebraically, Judaically, mida keneged mida. Mida keneged mida, like measure for measure. You know, like deuces. Like when we say deuces, right? Your deuces, measure for measure, right? So he was already severe, right? And in spite of that, you know, request. I want to say, well, could you ask like that? Sometimes you could beg, You could bend on begging knee. You could be starving. Remember even that parable. You know what I mean? But here it says, harden his spirit, right? And made his heart, right? So he's already inclined that way, so be it, right? Made his heart, what says obstinate, amat. Now here, this is interesting when it says to chazak wa amet. Chazak, right? We have chazak, and then here we have wa amet, right? And amet. Amet's like be strong and of a good courage. Often it's translated like that. Be strong of a good courage. Chazak. Remember the same word to strengthen, to encourage, right? So he was encouraged. He's already in like a bad mind endeavor. So encourage him, right? Like when even in a sense we say, well, just do what you got to do. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, and he said, well, I thought you was going to really beg. No, just do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Be strong, alert, courageous. So notice right here, his heart was obstinate. He was strengthened in his position, in his disposition, right? So, there had to be war. If there's war, there got to be war, right? That he might deliver him into thy hand, right? As I think it said, appertaineth, actually it's appeareth, as it is this day. Right? So we went through this verse here, but it's going into some of the detail here. Because somebody may say, well, look, like how come they're saying that God gave them the land, right? And they're going in and pushing other people out of the land, and the land, and whose land is it? This is my land, it's not your land. All this kind of talk. But here, notice something when we read through this here. Let me just, not the whole chapter, but a couple of highlights right here. All right, so notice when it even talks about from the very top these different related people. Right, I think it begins off right here. The first part is really kind of powerful right here. Right, it's talking about, okay, turned, they was making the move, they got to this spot right here. Right, and it says, and Yahweh spake to me saying. That is an interesting part where it talks about like the 38 years and unto the men of war, right? The warriors, the men of war were destroyed, right? Because he was not pleased with the men of war, because that cowardice, that punk move they did, right? You know what I mean? If you're a warrior, you're a warrior. If you're a bad man, you're a bad man. Now, don't be like, oh no, I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm a civilian now. I'm innocent. No. Right? So it's like 38 years pass, and then when we read the narrative, it says, and then like after that time, after the men, they emphasize the men of war, right? After they were destroyed, then it says that Yahweh, he spoke to Moshe. Somebody may say like, yeah, well, okay, so what? He spoke to Moses. You're not getting it. If over this 38 years, right, the 38 years, basically it was like Yahweh was going to destroy them all at one time. Moshe, he pleaded, he made a good case for them. So instead, they got like a year for a day until they like blinded to death, right? Right? So they got a commuted sentence, right? But then after that, it's like Yahweh kind of was silent. He was kind of silent. You know what I mean? Moshe, you really want to do this? Okay, that's what okay, the good case you made. Well, according to what you said right there, I will do it. But in the process of time, we get like Yahweh's voice is very much less. We get the incidences that are pointed to in Numbers, but what it's implying here is that over this period of time, Yahweh, he wasn't having anything, he wasn't with that generation. He wasn't speaking with that generation. And the one that he was speaking with, of course, he was speaking with Moshe, right? But Moshe is implying that, over this time, like the voice of Yahweh kind of fell silent, right? So basically, the men of war, he wasn't checking for them anyway. He would destroy them one time, but Moses made a good case, right? He made a good case, and Yahweh, he ruled in that. So these 40 years had to go through. But here, as they get going, right, here, there's something about that translation from the Moran Patah Stella. Most ones got the translation wrong. I shouldn't say that here. We'll get into it, right? It says here, y'all have compassed this mountain long enough. Turn you northward, right? It's almost like they kept kind of moving around in a circle. It implies that they were moving around in a circle. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you should get on the road and you kind of turning about, you know? And he says, well, you've compassed this mountain long enough. It's time. Right? He said, Rab, you know, here in this particular verse, right? This is the verse that opens it up right here, right? In this fifth aliyah, where we the Tanakh right there. Let's bring that out. It says, Rab Lakem, Rab Lakem, Rab Lakem, Rab, enough, Rab, like Rob and Rabbi, but this sense of Rab is like great, much, enough. It's enough for you. It's great, right? Rab, you see Rab like in Rebbe, captain, chief in that sense, right? But here in this sense, it's like abundance or much, like you like long enough to say, imply that. Rab lakem for you all, for y'all, mainly speaking to the sons of Israel. Rab lakem, sold, right? It says sold, turn, right? From sabab, he turned around, sov, or modern Hebrew sov eta hahar hazeh, right? Or sob, turn, eta hahar hazeh, you know, penu, right? Lakem, right? Afona, right? Like turn your faces, like in a sense, turn your face, right, to the north, right? Turn your faces, you know, northward, right? You've gone around, sov, like in circles, sov, like in Hebrew. Even during the Hanukkah, they have this thing called a sov with the tops, right? That according to their Eastern European culture, they call it the dreidel, but it's like the spinning of the tops, right? And they have tops in ancient times, and some of these customs, there is some connections, right? But different people in different cultures will bring in their own thing, right? As the Eastern European Jews did, but like spinning the top, sov, like you're spinning the top, it's turning, sov, from sabab, right? To turn around, sov, turn, spin, right? He says, like, you've compassed, you've been like going around, you've been like spinning around this mountain. Rab, enough for y'all, right? Penu, right? You know what I mean? You know, turn y'all, right, toward the Afona, to the north. Now, he goes through this. This is an overfly, right? He talks about Esau, right? The brothers of the children of Israel. Notice, they are already in their land. You notice that? The children of Esau are already in their land, right? And as we go further, Yahweh says, don't meddle with them. Don't meddle with them. For I will not give you of their land. No, not so much as a footbreadth. Why? Why not, Yah? Because I have given Mount Seir, right, into Esau, to Esau, right, for a possession. You see what it says right there? So according, Yahweh said, I'm not going to even give you to the treading of the sole of your foot. I'm like to make one track, to make 1 foot sole down. I'm not giving you not even that little bit right there. No. Why? Because I have already given Mount Seir, right, to Esau. So here in the context of scripture, we say Yahweh Eloheinu. Yes, he's Eloheinu, our Elohim. But notice how he's saying he is the one who's at the working, right, of the giving to the fellow related, you could say, nations like Esau, right? Brother nation, you know, so to speak. They say sorry, not sorry, right? Brother, not brotherly, right? But be it as it may, right? That part I want you to get right there. And then as we go through right here, right? He talked about they went to the wilderness, you know, what happened. Then the Moabites. Even after Balak, king of Moab, he went to hire Balaam, the the cursing prophet for hire, right? That knew of Yahweh, but he did a. But even that there is interesting because according to the narrative, Yahweh knew who he be, right? And he knew that Yahweh is he who he be, right? You know, if you over this, you know what I mean? And but yet he would go around cursing other ones, but with the Bnei Yisrael is an exception. But according to even the theology right here of the Hebrews and the Israelites right here, it's as though to these other nations that are like related nations, right? Not the seed, but they are of the seeds related to Abraham, right? That he's also the landlord. He's the one that put this one over there and said, listen, don't mess with them. I'm not going to give you their house. I'm not going to give you the land. No. Right? Don't distress, right? Distress not the Moabites, and from the more Hebrew sense, use no hostility against. Even though among the Israelites, no doubt was clear that Balak, the king of Moab, had hired out. You know what I mean? But they had already killed Balaam. So, they Yahweh says, deal with Midian. He gave us avengement against Midian, even though Midian, right, and Moab were in bed together, so to speak, right, but not against Moab. Was it because of Lot, right? That passive righteous man who had faith and credit in the active righteous man, Abraham? Be that as it may, he says, neither don't contend with him in battle, because I will not give you of their land. And look at the why. Why won't you give us their land? Because Yahweh says, I have given R, right, to the children of Lot for a possession. It's theirs. And then there's some interesting narrative that's brought in here about like the ancient Nephilim. The word giant actually in the Hebrew sense is the Nephilim, right? Sense right here. Right? Let's see, let's bring that out. Right? Oh, Slika, here's the Rephaim. Oh, the Rephaim. Oh wow. This is another part of they're part of the Nephilim family. Right? 'Cause remember when the Israelites, the spies that told lies, they said, right, they brought back this word about the Nephilim. But now Moshe now gives a little more clarity. That's not the fallers, the first fallers, but from that group, right? There were other, 'cause remember when they went, it was the daughters of men, the Cain lineage, and what came about, right? That led up to the flood and all that. But this is the Rephaim. So I got to go over that in the audible. But they are of the family, but the Rephaim, right? The Rapha, right? The Rapha, the Raphaim, right? This is also very interesting. So we have some kind of Enochian related material here. So Moshe is kind of like, so this means that what we have in Enoch was known to, right, the Israelites. That's why they're not going all in detail, because they already know of that, right? But Moses is clarifying, right, what the spies that told lies, right? That they brought back the evil report. How do we know they brought back the evil report, right? Moses is breaking it down here. He's talking about who these ones and ones are, the Amemes. We can get into some of these ites, the Amemes I mentioned here, the Anakim. They're from and of and related to like the Nephilim, right? The Nephilim contingent. You know what I mean? So to speak, right? And then we have the Horim, right? The Horim, the cave dwellers, the troglodytes. Some of the old European scholars, they'll say like, oh, these are the troglodytes. Well, that basically doesn't mean like somebody who dwell in cave, right? The cave dwellers, right? Also dwelt in Sa'ir, right? Before time, right? In the past time. But the children of Esau did what? So notice they did the same thing that Israel is being called to do, to Yarash, to seize, dispossess, right? Like what the landlord says, I give you the land, right? The thing you have to do to earn it is to remove the previous tenants, right? And so Esau, he removed the previous tenants, the Horim, right? When they destroyed them from before them and dwelt in their stead instead of them, as Israel did to the land of his possession, which Yahweh gave to them, right? As Israel did to the land of his possession. That's interesting there, right? Was that added to the original script right there? Because it does have a past tense sense. Just pointing out what we see, right? So right here, it goes on to scroll over this, right? For indeed the hand of Yahweh, right, was against them to destroy them. Okay, so here he goes into the detail of the men of war, some of the Israelites, right? And it says that, right, you see the language here? So it came to pass when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people that Yahweh spake to me. It's like until they were dead and consumed, it implies that Yahweh did not speak to him, right? During the time, the 38 or so years, right? There was a time where Yahweh was like incommunicado, right? Sure, an emergency maybe, but was not, almost like not on speaking terms until these men are gone, right? And then over here with Ammon, the same as Moab, his brother, right? So notice it's a whole brotherly thing, right? Israel's brother is Esau. He said, don't mess with Esau. I gave Esau, you know, the tendency of where he's at. And he went in and did the work, right? And he says, Moab, same with them. You know, I gave them the land, right? In fact, I think over here with over here, okay, yeah, this is what we talk about with the Moabites there, but the Moabites call them Amines, right? So we see where one group of people might be called this or be called that, right? And so right here we have this verse where now it speaks about Ammon, same thing, don't meddle with them, and it emphasized that Yahweh will not give thee the land of the children of Ammon. So what's implied here is that even these other non-Israelite people, that Yahweh was behind, the landlord, of course, was behind the giving of land to them. I think this is an important consideration, to consider here. If we maturely, right, if we maturely look at the scripture, right? Right? And then again, right? And since he is the true creator, it would make sense, right? The true good, the true God, right? And sharing this with, of course, his son, Yisrael, right? That also was a count to the land of giants. So here we have the Rephaim. So here's the Rephaim, right? So we have the Nephilim, we have some who are called the Gibborim, and here we have the Rephaim, right? They dwelt right there in an old time. And the Ammonites call them Zamzumim. And talking about these people are great and tall. They are likened to the Anakim. Now, these are all those ones and ones that, in a sense, kind of descend, so to speak, right? Or were related to the Nephilim before the flood. But we have these ites here after the flood. Whole other reason. But Yahweh destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead. So that means that even the Ammonites, they put in that work. These other tribes, they put in that work. And notice how Israel was like 40 years delayed. I wonder did any of the other ites from Esau, right, to Moab, to the Ammonites, whether they were like, oh, we ain't going to do it, we scared. So like 40 years, you know what I'm saying? But over what the scripture is telling us. And he did to the children, right, of Esau, who dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horim from before them, and they succeeded them, right? And he dwelt in their stead to this day. So here it implies that Yahweh was even, right, with Esau for Esau to get his land. Think about it on this level. Is that what it's saying here? Right? And they went in and destroyed the other ites. Right? So we say, oh, the Israelites are doing that. It wasn't only the Israelites. You have to understand the ancient world, the ancient time, the real world of the ancient time. And the Avims that dwelt in Chazarim, they're talking about these other ites. And also Azah. You see the Azah, I was talking about that, the Ain, the hard A, soft A. Here we have Azah. Azah is the strong. This is another name for Gaza. And so this proves it right there. The Azah. In English, you say Gaza, but that's not there. It's because that Ain is not pronounced as a regular A. It's not Azah, but it's Azah, right? Azah or Gaza. You say Gaza, Azah. Gaza, Azah, right? So that's the Gaza, the strong, right? And these ites that were there, the Caphtorims, they came out of Caphtor, right? Destroy them. So it's showing about how all the ancient peoples from the ancient world view, this occurred even among other nations, how other nations came into land. You know what I'm saying? And these nations that are like related to the children of Israel, right? Relations, right? Rise up, right? Y'all, take your journey. Now here they're told to go over and deal with Sihon, right? And he says, this day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the fear of thee, right, upon the nations that are under the whole heaven. This is interesting here because if we just consider this is Israel. I'm not saying that the state of Israel, but I'm sure that some recognize the knowledge of this can be useful. You know what I'm saying? Right? This day, because remember, Yahweh was with the Esau in getting his land, right? Check, right? Yahweh was with right? Moab, even though Moab tried to curse Israel, but that turned into a blessing. But still, Yahweh was with him in getting his land. Ammon, same way. He told us not to mess with any of them. Don't meddle with them, right? Don't go in a fight. Because he says he will not be with us, right? You see what I'm saying? Right? It's I think it's a side of it we don't really look at so much. Just to get the reality of it. This day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the fear of thee upon the nations that are under the whole heavens. And you know what? This is the right order of things, right? For the righteous. I think so. Remember that they had these movies. This is one movie, I'm trying to remember the name of it. But an old G was saying to a young G, was like, which one you prefer, right? And not prefer, which one you choose, to be feared or to be loved, right? I forget what the young G said, but I remember the old G basically told him it's basically to be feared, right? Right, to be respected. And see what it says right here? And I will put the dread, right, of thee, the dread. Dread, it shall be dread, the dread, right? Right, the dread of thee, right? Fear of thee upon the nations, the goyim, right, that are under the whole heaven. Who shall hear report of thee, right? You know what I'm saying? To talk about rumors, right? Or what's out there in social media, what's trending. They're going to hear this report. This report was trending among the ancient nations. You know what I mean? Their devices, so to speak, was just blowing up, right? And shall tremble and be in anguish, right? Because of thee, right? Because they said, what, Yahweh is with them? Oh man, for real? Because they already know what Yahweh did with Esau, the East Edomites, right? With the Moabites, with the Ammonites, right? And I sent messengers out of the wilderness to Kedemoth. Now the Kedemoth is interesting, just for the Kadam link, just briefly here. We have the Kedemoth, the Eastern. They come from the Kadam root, right? The Kadam, as you said, the Kedemawi, Kadam, right there. So from Kedemoth, right, wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, right? Tell them, like, let me pass, right? We'll buy our own food and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Um, yeah. But Sihon, yeah, and this is where we began off right here, just to give a quick overview, not to be long on this right here, but just that perspective there that we might read over it, but just miss the implication. So this is implied. It's like, like if a child could talk to daddy, like, so daddy, you was with Esau, like, oh, Esau, you mean your brother? Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's because of the patriarchs, that grace, right? But also to show that he is that landlord right there, right? And even the ancient nations, it's just a reconsideration, because a lot of people say, oh, it's just the Israelites are taking land. But if we understand the ancient, some things that were done amongst ancient peoples. But also notice too that in the view of ancient history, some of these nations are like new nations compared to some of the more ancient nations, like Assyria, Babylon, Egypt. These are like well old ancient nations, more ancient than, the Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, and also the Israelites. And notice how Yisrael is like the last one, right? Like how all of them were before, right? Israel, in acquiring their land, but also how all of them put in that work too to drive out the previous tenants. Anyway, brothers and sisters, sister and brother, going to seal up right around here. Like to kind of just circle around to Psalm 29, 129, just one more time, from the Hebrew, Psalm 129, right? Yeah. Psalm 129. Yeah, on the seal up right here. So, yes, Yeshua, shalom, Yeshua's peace. Not as the world give peace, as he give shalom to I and we. So right here, today's daily psalm, give thanks. Here we go. Yes, sir.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור קכ"ט, שיר המעלות. רבת צררוני מן נעורי, יאמרנה ישראל, רבת צררוני מן נעורי, גם לא יכלו לי. על גבי חרשו חורשים, האריכו למעניתם. אדוני צדיק קיצץ אבות רשעים. יבושו ויסוגו אחור כל שונאי ציון. יהיו כחציר גגות שקדמת שלף יבש. שלא מילא כפו קוצר וחצנו מעמר. ולא אמרו העוברים ברכת אדוני עליכם. ברכנו אתכם בשם אדוני.
Psalm 129. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, may Israel now say. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, yet they have not prevailed against me. The plowers plowed upon my back, they made long their furrows. The Lord is righteous, he hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Let them all be confounded and turned back that hate Zion. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, which withereth afore it groweth up. Wherewith the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom. Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. We bless you in the name of the Lord.
מזמור קכ"ט, שיר המעלות. רבת צררוני מן נעורי, יאמרנה ישראל, רבת צררוני מן נעורי, גם לא יכלו לי. על גבי חרשו חורשים, האריכו למעניתם. אדוני צדיק קיצץ אבות רשעים. יבושו ויסוגו אחור כל שונאי ציון. יהיו כחציר גגות שקדמת שלף יבש. שלא מילא כפו קוצר וחצנו מעמר. ולא אמרו העוברים ברכת אדוני עליכם. ברכנו אתכם בשם אדוני.
Psalm 129.
מזמור קכ"ט, שיר המעלות, 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 המעלות.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, my youth, my youth, my youth.
רבת צררוני מן נעורי, נעורי, נעורי,
May Israel now say, now say, now say, now say.
יאמרנה ישראל, ישראל, ישראל.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, from my youth, from my youth, from my youth, from my youth.
רבת צררוני מן נעורי, 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 נעורי.
Yet they have not prevailed against me, against me, against me, against me.
רבת צררוני מן נעורי, 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 נעורי. על גבי חרשו, 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 חרשו.
The plowers plowed upon my back, they made long their furrows, furrows, furrows. The Lord is righteous, he hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Let them all be confounded and turned back that hate Zion. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, which withereth afore it groweth up. Wherewith the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom. Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. We bless you in the name of the Lord.
Yes, yes, yes. Barakat Yahweh Lekem. The blessing of Yahweh. Jehovah be to you all. Barakanu etikem. B'shem Yahweh. Bless you in the name of Yahweh. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, brothers and sisters and brothers, right here. Yeshua Shalom. You know, Boker Tov. Have a good morning. Lila Tov. Those still in the night season. You know, the night hours. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.